Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be creating a full stack travel blog website with Next.js 14. I combined the backend and the front end video and just made one huge video. So if you already created this project, you can just skip over this video. Alright, so we're going to start off by building out the front end. We're going to be creating this beautiful home page first. So here we got a latest and top post at the bottom. And if we keep scrolling, we got a show more button that shows more of our latest posts. And we got a nice looking footer down there. Let's head over to the post page. Here we can filter out through all of our categories. And we also got top posts here on the right as well. Go to the about page. We just got some lorem with a signature. Contact page. We got a nice looking form and interactive map at the bottom. And second part of this video, we're going to be adding a backend. We're going to be adding NextAuth, MongoDB, Prisma. So let's go ahead and log in. And we're going to log in with Google. Once we're signed in, we get access to the user menu, and here we can create a post. We can view the post we created and also sign out. So let's go ahead and create a post. And I'm going to go ahead and drag and drop an image. Come on, just write test. And for my category, I'm just going to choose adventure. Click on create. So once our post is created, we're going to go over to my post. And here we can just view the post that we created. It says that we got 10 posts. We can delete one if we want, and it asks for confirmation. I'm gonna click yes. As you can see, it deleted and went down to non-posts. So here's the one we created. Let's head over to post and go to adventure. And we should see our post here, and there it goes. Perfect. So let's go ahead and get started on this project. So inside of the terminal, we're gonna type npx create next app at latest, and it's going to ask a few questions. We're going to be using TypeScript in this project. ESLint, no. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. And app router, yes. Import alias, this is optional. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. In my past experience, it's kind of buggy, but I am going to be using it in this project. And we're going to do an @ symbol. Alright, and give this a second to load, and we're going to install 2 more packages, and I believe those are the only packages we need. We're going to do import npm install. We're going to do react icons, so react-icons, and also clsx. So like I said in the beginning, we're going to do the front end in this video, and then next video we're going to do a back end. So let's go ahead and clean up everything that we can clean up just to make it cleaner, because there's going to be a lot of files and a lot of folders. So let's delete this favicon, and inside of the global, let's delete all of this extra style in here. And layout, we're going to come back to that in a second. For our page, let's go ahead and select all, delete, and I'm just going to export just a div for now. And I'm going to change this to home. That. Delete that. Okay. And moving down, we can delete these 2 SVGs inside of our public folder. Let me delete that. Alright, nice. Alright, cool. So we're all cleaned up. Let's go ahead to our layout, and let's go ahead and configure this a little bit. But before we do that, let's go ahead and npm. Let's go npm run dev. Okay, nice. So we got page. All right. So inside of our layout, we're gonna change the fonts. Let's go ahead and change this to Roboto. And I don't know if I'm zoomed in a little bit too much, but all right. And that's gonna come from next-font-google. And down here, we just gotta change this to Roboto, and then change this to Roboto, and it's going to be different subsets, so that could be Latin, and then we're going to add a comma here after that array, and it's going to be weight, if I can spell it right, weight, and we're going to import weight 100, weight 400, 700, and 900. I don't even think we use all of these, to be honest, but all right, so 100, 400, and 900. And okay, so we're getting an error because down here we gotta change this to Roboto. That. All right, and now our font should be Roboto. For our metadata, we can change this up to our name. We're gonna do Explore X. That. And then for the description, we do like travel blog. That. You probably want to be more descriptive than that. But for now, we can just put travel blog. Alright, cool. And I believe that should be it for now. Actually, since we're here, let's go ahead and just change up this the body. Just add a class name to it. So let me zoom out just some. Hopefully that's not too small. So for the class name, we gotta wrap this inside backticks. You can highlight it and then do backticks, and then we're also gonna wrap it inside of a bracket like that, and then we're gonna put a $sign in front of it. So now we can add some extra styling into this. We're just gonna add an overflow hidden, or overflow X hidden, and we're also gonna add a BG of pound FFF CF2. Alright, and now our color gonna change to like this little orange cream look. Alright, cool. So that's it for that. That's it for our layout. So let's head over down to the tailwind config because we gotta import our colors. So head over down to there. Alright, and we can remove this background image here. Make sure you still keep the extend because we're gonna extend our colors now. Alright. And I'm just gonna copy and paste this from over here and paste it in here. Alright, so our primary is gonna be this color there, secondary is gonna be that. Our tertiary, I can't say that word, is gonna be that, and then our light is going to be that color, which we just did inside of our layout. So now we could come here and then just change this to light, that, and it should be the same color. Nice. All right, cool. I think that is it for that. So inside of our app, we're gonna make 2 folders. So one is going to be parentheses, going to be root, like that. And then we're gonna make another folder, and it's going to be auth. So we're not gonna touch this yet until we hit the backend. So, but for now, that's gonna be our authentication, and this is gonna be our root with all our main, basically our website. So we can actually just change this to site if we want. Let's actually do that. Let's do site like that. All right. So in here, this is where our layout's gonna go. Our global CSS and our page. So let's go ahead and copy all of these, and we're going to drag them inside this site folder. Alright, so next we're going to create a folder inside of our root. We're going to do a folder called constants. Alright, and inside of this constants folder, we're going to have 2 files. We call index.ts and then also a blog data.ts. So for now, until we add our database, we're going to be fetching data from this file. And then once we add our database, this is when we're going to be fetching data from our MongoDB database. So here, you can either head down to the description and download the file for this, or you can head over to my GitHub and just copy over this file from the repository. So I'm going to paste that in here, and it's 10 blog posts. So let's go over it right quick. So we got an ID. Got a title, image path. We also got to download our images. Paragraph, which is some lorem. We got featured latest posts. We got some tags and our author image, which I'm fetching from Unsplash. And we got our author name and publish date. And I believe I got it the same thing for all 10 of them. Only difference is some of them are featured and some of them are top post and latest post. So yeah, just copy over this code and yeah. So inside of our index.ts, this is where our link's going to go. So it's going to be, so that way we can map through our links with in our footer and inside of our sidebar, and inside of our navbar as well. So yeah, download this as well, or you can head over to my GitHub and copy over this. All right, so that's that. So now I think it's time to start our navbar. So let's go ahead and create a folder inside of our root, and it's going to be called components. All right, and inside of this components, we're actually going to create two folders. One is going to be called UI, and the next one is going to be called shared. All right, so inside of our shared, I'm going to create our navbar component, navbar.tsx. Let's go ahead and export it, and let's go ahead and import it inside of our layout, just so that way we can see our changes. Let's go to import navbar, make some space there, and over top of our children, I'm going to put navbar. Right. But once we save it, we should see navbar there. All right, so before we start on navbar, I want to create two UI components first, because we're going to be using these UI components throughout our project. So and we're going to be using them inside of our navbar, so we might as well go ahead and knock out two of them now. So inside of the UI, I'm going to create one. It's going to be called route.tsx. All right, so it's going to take a few imports. I'm going to import link, and it's going to come from Next, and we're also going to import CLSX. Okay, and let's go ahead and export this. Remove this import from React. So it's going to take a few props. It's going to take in a route. It's going to take in a label. It's going to take in isActive, which is a Boolean. And we're going to take in an onClick as well. We're going to get some errors because we didn't define these props yet. We didn't define the types for them. So it's just TypeScript. We'll fix them in a second. So inside of this return, we're just going to return a link. And it's in between here. It's going to be our label. I'm going to save that. We're going to get some errors. All right, so we're going to do an href. Let me just make some space here to make it look better. All right, like that. All right, cool. So inside of this href is going to be our route. And then inside of, we're going to do an onClick. It's going to be our onClick. And then our class name. So the reason why we install CLSX is because it's for like dynamic class names. I believe that's what it's for. That's what I use it for. There's probably some other stuff you can use it for. So normally what we'll do is do brackets. We'll do backticks. Do that, $, then do brackets, then we'll do like isActive equals true, and then that's where we'll put our class name there. But here all you have to do is just, everything is like separated by a comma, which I really like. So you can do CLSX and then do parentheses, and here you just write your statement. So if it's active, and next we're just going to do text primary. And we're going to do rounded of none, a BG transparent, and we also going to do I believe that should be it for now. So yeah, now like if we wanted to add more classes or dynamic class names to this, all we have to do is just add a comma here, and then we can add if it's not isActive, like that, and then you do and then you could add more classes there. So I like it, especially for long class names. So let's go ahead and define our types for our props. We're gonna do interface, we're gonna do route props, And here we're going to do our route is going to be a string. Our label is going to be a string, and its active is going to be a boolean, and then our on click is going to be a function. So we're going to do void like that. And now down here we just gotta add it here, so we're gonna do that and then do route props. Nice. All right, so that is our route UI component. All right, so now I actually want to create another one, and it's going to be called button.tsx. All right, and here we're just going to export a button, but it's going to be take certain stylings. Let's do RAFE. All right, and it's going to take in some props as well. It's going to take in text. It's going to take in an on click. It's going to take in ARIA as well. Adding some accessibility to this. Let's go ahead and define our the types for our props. Let's do interface, button props, and the text is going to be a string. On click is going to be void or a function, and then our ARIA is going to be a string. Like that. Alright, just going to add it down here. Button props. Get rid of those errors. Alright, cool. So now we're just going to return a button. And then inside this button, it's going to be our text. Alright. So let's go ahead and do our class name. Our class name is going to be BG primary, a PY of 1, PX of 4, a rounded LG, and then we're going to do a hover of BG primary /80. That's just like changing the opacity. We also add a little transition, duration 500, like that. And we also going to add two more stylings. We're going to do inline block and then text white. Okay. All right, cool. Now we just got to add our on click and our ARIA label. So right underneath this class name, I'm going to add on click equals on click, and then ARIA label equals ARIA. That. Nice. So now we have our two UI components. So now we can head over to our Navbar and start this thing. So first thing we got to do is make this a use client component. Use client, because we're going to be importing use state and use effect. So let's go to import. I'm going to import link from Next.js. We're also going to import our button that we just made from our UI. Let's go to import our route as well from our UI component. And we also import nav links. And that's coming from our constants folder. And let's go to import use effect. Use effect and use state from React. All right, cool. We can also import CLSX. We'll be using it in this component as well. But import that. All right, nice. So let's go ahead and write some JSX so we can see some stuff on the screen. But before I do that, let's go ahead and start my server. Run dev. Give that a second to load. I had to take a sip of coffee. Just gonna refresh this. All right, nice. All right. Oh, okay. So we gotta import it inside of our. Oh, we already did it. Okay. So I wonder why. Oh, that makes sense. We don't have anything inside of our return. We just deleted it. All right. So now let's go to write some JSX. I have a nav and class name for this for now is just going to be a py of 4 and a width of full, like that. All right, so we shouldn't see anything. All right, and then we're gonna have another div inside of here, and it's gonna have a class name of width 95%, a mx of auto, and do a max width of 1450 pixels. All right, and we do a flex, item center, justify between, and a pattern bottom of 5. And I believe we should see something now. Let's see. Oh, actually we shouldn't. We don't have any content in there. But once we add this border, we're gonna add a border bottom, and we're gonna do a border of gray 100, like that. Let's see if we see it now. Refresh. There we go. So you can see it just a little bit there. All right. So that's that. And then inside of this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex1. And this is where our logo is gonna go. So we're gonna do a link. And the Next.js link tag, gotta take in an href. Href is just going to be our index. It's gonna lead back to home. Inside of this link, we have an h1, and it's gonna say explore X, like that. The h1 class name, we're gonna do a text of 3XL, a font of extra bold, and then a text secondary. That. Take a look at this. Nice. Let me zoom out some. I think I'm zoomed in a little bit too much. All right. Okay. So now we got to change the color of our X. So let's actually wrap this inside of a span. So I'm gonna do a span. Let's just delete it, and then underneath this explore, I have a span. It's gonna have an X like that. And then we're going, because we want to change the color of that, we're gonna do a class name of just text primary, like that. All right, nice. What if I add like a space right there? Will it? Okay. Let me check something right quick. So our Roboto, I just want to make sure our class name, our font, does this look like Roboto? Maybe it is. I just want to make sure. Roboto class name. All right, yeah, looks right. Head back over to our nav, and so right underneath this div here, so this is our flex1 div. Right underneath here, we're gonna have a UL, and this is gonna have a class name of flex, item center, a justify center, a gap of 16, a flex of 2, and then max MD, we want it to be hidden. All right. Inside here, this is where we're gonna map through our map through our nav links. So we're gonna do brackets, we're gonna do nav links dot map, I'm gonna do link. I'm also going to take in the index. Right. And For now, we're just gonna return JSX, but we're gonna come back and switch this here in a second. So we're just gonna return some JSX so we can just do parentheses, and we're gonna do li. All right. And then our li, our key is going to be our index. And then inside of our this is where we're going to have our route. Our route component. So it's getting an error because it take in props. So we're going to do a route. It's going to be our link dot route. And then our label is going to be our link.label. And we're not going to do the isActive yet because we haven't made our isActive hook yet, our useMenuActive hook, my little custom hook that I created like a few projects ago. I use it in all my projects now. So we haven't created that yet. So for now, to get rid of these errors, let's head back over to the route. And we're just going to make isActive optional. So we're just going to add a question mark there. And then for the on click, we're going to add a question mark as well. So that should get rid of those errors. And we should see our links. There we go. We got our links there. So that's it for now for that. Let's hit underneath this UL. We're going to have a div. And it's gonna have a class name, a flex, a gap of 5, a text white. I don't think we need to add the text white. We're gonna have a flex 1, a justify in, and we're gonna do a max MD of hidden. All right, so in here we have our button component. Alright, so we're actually going to have 2 button components. So just going to copy that and then paste it. We're going to errors because they take in props. So the first one, we have our text, and it's going to be called login. Log in, like that. And then we gotta have our on click. For now, our on click, it's just gonna return null, so we can do null like that. Right, because we didn't, like I said, we're not adding the backend to this yet. So for now, these buttons aren't going to do anything. I have an aria, and it's going to be called log in button, like that. All right, that's that. And I probably should have just copied this, and then we're going to paste it here. So this one is going to be called sign up. Sign up, and same thing, same on click, and it's going to be, instead of a login button for the aria, it's going to be sign up, like that. All right, so there we go. And once we hover, it's a nice little the opacity changes a little bit. So that's our navbar for now. Let's go ahead and inspect and make sure everything, so it breaks at the good time. I probably gotta fix that. See, it's breaking a little bit too late right there. You see, I don't like that. So we're gonna fix that before we finish this project. But for now, let's go ahead and create our useMenuActive hook, because we need that. Actually, let's not do that yet, because we didn't create our other pages or nothing yet. So for now, let's actually create our mobile menu. I think we should do that. So inside of our shared, and name another component. It's gonna be called mobile menu .tsx. Let's go ahead and export it. All right, and since we export it, let's go ahead and import it inside of our navbar. Import mobile menu. All right, so down here, right underneath this div here, so right underneath this justify in, we're gonna have another div, and this is where our mobile menu is gonna go. Mobile menu, like that. All right, there we go. and it should still be there even though we resized the page. There we go. That's where our mobile menu is going to go. So let's go ahead over to our mobile menu and start styling this up. All right, components. I'm gonna open it up on my other monitor. All right, cool. We're gonna import a few things. Import useState, and we're also gonna import useEffect as well. All right, and we're gonna import a few React icons. Go ahead and just copy this over, paste it in here. Not that. All right, so we're importing CG menu grid, CG close. This is coming from React icon / CG. We also import in Twitter, FA square X Twitter, FA square Instagram, and FA square Snapchat. And this is coming from React icons. And last but not least, we're going to be importing another React icon, and it's going to be FA Facebook square, and that's coming from React icon / FA. All right, so make sure you guys import all of those icons, and then we're going to import our button from our UI button component folder. We're going to import nav links. All right, and we're going to import link from Next. We're also going to import our route as well from our UI route folder. All right, cool. And that's it for now. Let's go ahead and write some JSX. All right, so we want to use fragments. So here we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of MD hidden. All right, so now we shouldn't see it. So let's go ahead and inspect this right quick, and just so we can see it. But yeah, it should be there. We don't have any content in it yet, so that's why we don't see anything. So MD hidden, and then inside here, so that's it for now. Let's go ahead and write some state and stuff before we do anything. So let's do a const open mobile menu, and then we're gonna do a set open mobile menu, and then this is just going, the default is just going to be false. All right. Now let's do our function to toggle this. So we're going to do mobile menu handler, the arrow function. All right, so in here we're just going to do our set open mobile menu, and it's just going to toggle our open mobile menu like that. Really simple. So now we can add an on click to this div here. On click, and it's just going to be our mobile menu handler like that. And inside of this div, this is where we're going to have our React icons. So we're going to do brackets, and we're going to be, so if it's open mobile menu, we want it to show our CG close icon like that. But else, we want it to show our CG grid, menu grid, like that. Let's take a look at this. There we see it. Once we click, it goes to the X. Once we click again, it goes to the grid. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and add some style into this. We can actually probably add it on top of this div, or we could just do each one. Let's do a size 25 like that, and just copy this and just paste it here like that. Make it a little bit bigger. Once we click X, nice. So it's toggling between open false true false true. That's all. All right, cool. So now we need underneath this div here, we need to render our mobile, like our sidebar that pops out. So once we click it, we want a sidebar that pops out. So here we're just gonna do open mobile menu. So if it's true, that's where we're gonna render out a div, not a disconnect. Don't know what that is. Render out a div, and this div is going to have a on click of we're gonna set open mobile menu to false once we click it. And then this is also going to have a class name of fixed, a width of full, height of screen, top of 0, left 0, and BG black 25. We're also going to give it a Z index of 50. All right, I'm going to save that and see how this looks. We're getting an error. Oh, we forgot the else. For now, we could just do else null like that, just so we can see our changes. So once we click, see how the screen gets dark. Then once we click this, it closes. That's what we want. Nice. All right. So inside of this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of absolute. I'm gonna get rid of this from my other monitor. This is going to have a class name of absolute, a height of screen, left of 0, top 0, a width of 60, BG of white, a Z index of 999, so it's gonna be right on top, a PX of 5, a border right, our overflow Y of hidden, flex call, and then a gap of 10. Right, I believe that is sure. All right, cool. Let's go and save that and see if any. So there we go. We got our sidebar that pops up. So the problem is, once we click on the sidebar, you see the menu closes. So we don't want that. We want just clicking on outside of our sidebar, but that's when we want the menu to close. So to fix that, it's so easy to do. You just want to add an on click on this div here. We're gonna add an on click, and we're gonna take in an event. And we're just gonna return e dot stop propagation. Make sure you do parentheses. Once we add that, once we click and then click anywhere inside of this div, it doesn't close. But once we click outside of the div, it closes. So that's the good thing about that. But now inside of this div, I'm gonna have another div, and this is gonna have a class name of border bottom and a PY of 5. Right? And then here we're gonna have our link. And this is just going to be our logo, our href. It's going to equal back to home. And what we can do, just to save some time, is head over to our navbar and just copy over this h1 in here. Probably should have made this a reusable component now that I think about it, because I believe we use this in our side of our footer as well. Why I'm getting an error here. H1. Oh, we forgot to close the H1 like that. All right, nice. Take a quick look. Open. So now we see Explore X there. And so right underneath this div here, with the border bottom, make sure. We're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex and a gap of 5. We're gonna have a text of secondary, a flex of 1, a justify center, and a text XO. and also a margin top of 5. Alright, and this is where all of our icons are gonna go. Our social icons, we're gonna do FA Facebook Square. We're gonna do FA Square Instagram, FA Square X Twitter, and then FA Snapchat Square FA Square Snapchat. I believe it's just 4. Quick look. Alright, there we go. Nice. Alright, so right underneath all of these divs, that's where we're gonna have our menu link. So we'll do a UL. And this is going to have a class name. Wait, I wonder why I'm getting an error here. On div. Oh, okay. Hold on. I believe I went down too far. So this div, oh no. Alright, I see what I did here. So right inside of this div, still inside here, we're gonna have our UL, and it's gonna have a class name of flex, item center, justify center, gap of 10, flex col, margin top 5, a flex of 1, a py of 5, and a border bottom. Like that. Let's make sure this is working. We should see a border bottom. Let's see. I don't see it. Alright. Let's just map through our nav links. Nav links. That map. Do a link. I'm also going to do an index. For now, we're just going to return some JSX. We're going to do parentheses. But like I said, we're going to come back to this once we do our useMenuActive hook. So return a li, and the key is going to be index. Right, and inside of this li, we're gonna have our route. Right, so our route is going to equal to our link.route. Label is going to equal to our link.label. And then our on click, I'm gonna set it to set open mobile menu to false. Right, so once we click on the links, we want the mobile menu to close. All right, so a few changes we got to make. As you can see, I believe our mobile menu is like, once we open, it's like on the outside here. It's probably like right behind here. So to fix that, what we're gonna do is right underneath this link tag. Well, actually, first what we can do is we're gonna remove this closing div. So this closing div is basically the div that we have this on click on, and we're gonna actually close it all the way down here underneath our UL. Right. So now we should see our links now, but we also want to add these links inside of this div here, this border bottom div. So what we're going to do here is right underneath this link tag, we're going to remove this closing div, and we're actually going to wrap it like that. All right, so that's perfect. And I'm actually going to add another div here. And we're gonna that, and we're gonna have it closing down here like that. I don't even think that even did anything, so let's actually remove that div. All right, perfect. All right, so we got flex item center, we got justify center, border bottom. All right, nice. So what we need to do now is right underneath this UL, we're going to have our buttons. So underneath this UL, have a div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, a gap of 5, a text of white. We don't even need the text of white because we got our UI button component now. So we're going to do a flex of 1 and a flex of col, and then a py of 5. So once we add that, our button should, our link should move up. And now let's add our buttons. So we're gonna do a button. Just add one for now, and then we'll just copy it. And then our text is going to be login. Actually, we could just head over to the navbar, you know, the lazy route, and just copy these two buttons there and paste them in here. Now we should see our buttons there. Nice. And our links, they're not centered, so let's see what the problem is. So we got justify center, items. Oh, we forgot the S on this. That's why. Now, there we go. Perfect. So that is our sidebar. So now say we go ahead and do our useMenuActive hook. So let's go ahead and create a folder inside of our root. It's going to be called hooks. And here we're going to do a useMenuActive .tsx. Alright, it's going to export it. Alright. And now we're going to make two imports. Import useRouter. And make sure you don't do useRouter from NextRouter. We're going to do Next-Navigation. And then we're also going to be using usePathName, like that. Alright. And it's going to take in a route. That. And for now, just to get rid of that error, I'm going to do any, like that. It's probably not the best practice to do like that, but we'll fix that later. We're gonna do a const router. It's going to use router, and then we're gonna do a const path name. Const path name, and that's going to equal use path name, like that. All right. Now we're gonna just return, actually underneath the here, we're just gonna do a const is active, and that's just going to equal our path name that includes, so it's going to include our route, and route.length is greater than 1. Or our path name, I don't know why it's not auto completing. Path name is triple equal to our route, like that. All right, and now we just want to return is active, like that. All right, so that is our useMenuActive hook. Once you do it in this project, you can actually use this hook in other projects. I've been using it for about 3-4 projects now. I just basically just once you click on a menu link, it makes that menu link active, and you can have certain styling. So in this case, we're gonna have our links highlight orange whenever we're on that page. That's all it really is. Nothing too big. I don't know why that's weird. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to fix that too. Bunch of things. This big project. All right, so inside of our navbar now, we're going to import that useMenuActive. useMenuActive. And as you can see, we haven't used useEffect or useState yet. So that's because we haven't set any state, and we're gonna do that here in a second. So, but first, let's do this MenuActive hook. So inside of our map, we want to actually change this to brackets now. So instead of it return in parentheses like that, do brackets. So we gotta put a bracket down here. Make sure you do that. And now it's going to be an error because we got to do a return. We're going to do a cons is active, and that's going to equal our useMenuActive, and it's going to take in our link route. Like that, and then right underneath here is where we're going to have our return statement. So we're going to return, and this there we put parentheses, and then we just wrap this in parentheses like that. Oh, I think I put it in the wrong spot. Oh, remove that and do parentheses. There we go. All right. So we can actually test this out right quick. Let's head over to our route. So we already got our is active. So if it's active, our text is going to be primary. We can remove this rounded none. And we can also actually remove this BG transparent. Let's just keep it text primary. And we can actually test this out by making a folder inside of our site. And it's going to be called about. All right. And then inside here, we're going to have a page .tsx. And then we could just export it like that. Okay. All right, and let's go ahead and close. I got a bunch of stuff open. Let's just go ahead and close out of everything. And let's test this out. So once we click, okay, so it's not working. Refresh. All right, so the about page is working. That's good. Let's head back over to our navbar. Let's see why this isn't working. Oh, that's why. We forgot to send over the is active. So is active is going to be is active. There we go. So now, as you can see, our home is now active because we're on home. Once we click about, now our about page is active. Nice. So that works there. Just go ahead and copy this. Just gonna copy this here. We actually want to add it to our mobile menu as well. Let's go ahead and import it here. useMenuActive. And then down here, instead of parentheses, we want to do brackets. Okay. And then paste that there. Cons is active. And we need to do our return. And right underneath our li, this is where our closing parenthesis is going to go. Now we got to send over our is active. Like that. Now let's check, inspect, open, and now our home. And once we click on this, our about, our mobile menu should close, and then we're on the about page. Nice. Perfect. All right, so that is that. Now I say we actually, there's a few more things we have to do. So inside of our navbar, as you can see, we haven't used useEffect, we haven't used useState, or we haven't used CLSX. So we want to make our navbar sticky to the top whenever we start scrolling. So whenever we scroll, it's going to be sticky. So or fixed. We're gonna actually make it fixed, sorry. So to do this, we're gonna do a const is scrolling. I'm gonna do set is scrolling. And the default is just going to be false. That. Right. And we're gonna do a use effect. Right. And in here, we're gonna do a const handle scroll. That's going to return. All right. So we're gonna do an if else statements. We're gonna do if our window dot scroll y is greater than 0. That's when we just want to set is scrolling to true. All right. And then else, we just want it to set is scrolling to false. You can play around with this number. 0 is the best one in my opinion for this one. But I believe for our portfolio site that we did, I think I had this to like 300. So it's like whenever you get to like a certain point, that's when it shows up. But having it on 0, like the second you start scrolling, that's when this styling is gonna take effect. So I think 0 is the best for this project. So we're gonna say scrolling to false, and down here we do a window add event listener, add scroll, and we also gonna add our handle scroll function, that we just made. So this if else, and now we also have to do return. And now we gotta do a window dot remove event listener, and do scroll, and then do our handle scroll function like that. All right. And for the dependency array, it's gonna be empty like that. So we shouldn't see anything. So we don't even have content on our page. So we're not gonna even be able to see this work right now. But once we add our hero section and more content, we'll be able to see this work. So what we'll do is we won't add the styling yet, but so we're not going to use this CLSX yet, but still keep it imported for now, because whenever we add content to our page, that's when we're going to add the styling, just so you guys can see it work. So now I say we go ahead and start our footer. So let's go ahead and do our footer. We'll do footer.tsx and export it. And we're actually going to go ahead and import it inside of our layout, just so we can see it work. I mean, see it, all the changes that we make. So inside of layout, we're going to import it here. Footer. And then right underneath here, footer, like that. Right. Now we see our footer. Nice. All right. So inside of our footer, it's going to be a use client. Use client, and we're going to import a few React icons. I believe it's the same ones that we use inside of our mobile menu. So let's hit over there and let's just copy these social icons there. Head over to our footer and paste it. We actually could have made a reusable component for these as well, instead of having to, I mean, either way, I believe we still have to import it. I'm not sure. So now we're going to also import our useMenuActive, and we're going to import our nav links, and also our routes from our UI. Oh, not that, routes. All right. let's go ahead and write some JSX. Get rid of this parentheses. All right, so we have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of with full, py of 5, bg of turd. I can't say this word. Territory. I can't say that word. I just know that's a word. Margin top 10. And I'm just going to say, so for the rest of this project, every time we use this color, I'm just going to say BGT. Okay? So don't clown me for not knowing how to pronounce that word. We're going to have a class name of width 95%. A MX of auto. And then a max width of 1450 pixels. Right. So inside of this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of py5 border bottom, border grade 300, a border opacity of 20, flex justify between, item center, and on max MD we want it to be flex cal, and on max MD gotta scroll over, we want it to be have a gap of 8. Right. Nice. So I'm gonna save it and take a quick look. Nice, that's our footer. So inside here we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex1, and same thing. Let's head back over to our mobile menu and copy over our logo. We used this 3 times now. I think it's safe to say we could have made this a reusable component. Inside of this we're gonna have our logo there. Href is going to be that, and let's go ahead and import link. Import link. Take a quick look. All right, so instead of our text to be that color, we actually want it to be the other way around. So we're going to do our text is going to be light. So instead of text secondary, we're going to do text light, like that. All right, I just noticed something. I put explore. Oh my god, that is hilarious. So explore, sorry. Oh, am I getting an error? Let's fix all of these. Explore, and then Navbar explore, like that. All right, cool. All right, so underneath this div here, we got our link, h1. So underneath this flex1 div there, so we're gonna have our UL, and this is gonna have a class name of flex, item center, a justify center, a gap of 16, flex of 1, text of white, and on max MD we want it to be flex cal, and on max MD we want the gap to be 5. Right, and same thing, we're just going to map through all of our links. Let's head over to our mobile menu, and we could just copy this whole entire map, and head back over to our footer, and in between this UL we're gonna paste it. Right, we don't need this on click. Let's remove that. Let's save, fix this up a little bit, take a look, and there we go. We're on our about page. Click home. Now we're on the home page. Right, so right underneath this UL we have a div, class name of flex, gap of 5, text of white, flex of 1, justify of n, and then a text 2l. Alright. And here we're gonna have all of our icons. So we just import it, paste that there. We should see them here. Nice. And down here, have a div, class name of width full, text of center, margin top of 3, text of small, and then a text white. Alright, and here we're gonna have like this span that says all rights reserved, and then you just have explore x.com. Right, nice, perfect. So that is our footer. We're done our footer. We're gonna get a 404. Sorry, I forgot we only made the about page. The home, about, everything is working. As you can see, our useMenuActive hook is working good. Nice. Now I say we go ahead and start our hero section. I believe it's time for that. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so before we start our hero, if you guys can download all of the project images, the link will be in the description, or you can head over to my GitHub and click on Explore X repository and just download the assets folder. So you just want to make a folder inside of your public, name assets, and these are just some blog images that we'll be using. There's a few other images in here as well. Let me take a look. So we got our about page image that we're going to be using. So yeah, just make sure you guys download that. And there's 2 more UI components that we're going to make before we start the hero section. So head over to the UI folder and create a file, and it's going to be called tag.tsx. All right, I'm going to export that, and I'm zoomed in a little bit more. Hopefully this isn't too I didn't zoom in too much. And here we're just going to take in a few props. Actually, I'm just taking one prop. It's going to be called text, and we're going to make our tag props interface up top here. I'm going to do interface tag props, and it's just going to be a text. It's going to be a string, but it's going to be an array because inside of our data we have this, the text is inside of an array, our tag. So we're going to make sure we add that array there, and all it's going to return is a fragment, and it's going to return a span with a class name of uppercase, bg of primary, a py of 1, px of 3, a text of white, inline block, a rounded md, a text of small, a self center, and a my of 2. So we're making this because it's going to be our tags for our website. That way we don't got to keep, because we use the tags in a bunch of components, so we don't have to keep writing this style every single time. We can either do it this way, or we could have just made this styling reusable by putting this out of our global CSS and then adding like @apply, something like that, and then just making like our own little style for it. So we could have did it that way as well, but I would rather do it this way. And then in here it's gonna be our text like that. All right, and I believe that is it for that. There's one more we're gonna make, and it's gonna be called overlay .tsx. And in this one, this is basically just gonna be like a little overlay for our little blog cards. Let me find it on my other monitor. And it's just going to, it's not going to take in anything. Only thing is just going to return a div. It's going to have a class name of bg black / /10, a width of full, height of full, position absolute, top of 0, a z index of 1, and hover. Want the BG to be white /10. I want the duration to be 500, and we also want cursor pointer. All right, that's all that's going to return. So now inside of our share, we're going to make a file. It's going to be called hero.tsx. All right, and we want our hero to be on side of our home page, so we got to make sure we import it there. All right, there we go. Import our hero from our components, and we're just going to return a fragment like that, and then just our hero component for now. We're gonna have some more stuff in here in a second. I mean, after we fix our hero section. I gotta start my server. npm run dev. Alright, just gonna refresh. While that's loading, let's head back over to our hero component. And this is gonna be a pretty long component, but we should get through it pretty fast. Alright, so now we see hero there. Nice. Alright, so here, inside of our hero component, we're gonna import our blog data. Alright, from our constants, I'm gonna import our tag. From our UI, we're gonna import our overlay. And then we're also going to import link from Next.js. All right, cool. So now, let's go ahead and just get all of our filters and stuff out the way. So we're gonna do a cons featured posts. And that's going to equal blog data dot filter. So just a little simple filter. And in here, we're just gonna return. Forgot to put this in parentheses. Sorry. We're gonna do blog, and then we're gonna take in the blog, and we're gonna return our blog featured, and it has to equal to true. Right. So with this, whenever you use filter, I believe it creates a new array. So now we can actually do an array method from this featured post, if that makes sense. So now we can do a cons top featured, and now we can do featured posts dot, and now once we add the dot, we get access to all of these array methods. And then we're gonna do dot slice. I'm just going to slice it 0, 1, like that. That's our top feature. So we just basically just grabbing one post, and that's going to be our big post at the top. And now we want to have our bottom feature. I'm going to do a cons bottom feature, and this is also going to equal feature post dot slice. And now we're going to grab 1 through 4. Like that. That's just grabbing 3 posts from our blog data with featured equals true. All right, so let's go ahead and write some JSX. We have a section, and this is going to have a class name of relative. And inside this section, we'll have a div, and it's going to have a class name of width 95% and an mx of auto and a max width of 1450 pixels. Okay, and we also gonna have a z index of 1. And inside this div, this is where we're gonna map through our top feature, because this slice, so our feature returned an array, and I believe the when you use slice, it also returns an array. So we're just going to map through that through that one featured post, because we're just grabbing one with this slice here. So it's inside of an array, so we got to do top featured, and do dot map, and we do post, and we also can grab the index, or you can do the ID if you want. So let's just do ID. I think it'll be better. ID, and we'll return a JSX, so make sure you do parentheses. And then in here, we're going to return an article. That. All right. And this article is going to have a key. And the key is going to be ID. And this article is going to have a class name of flex cow, a gap of 5, MB, margin bottom of 5, text center, and also position relative, like that. All right, so in between this article, we're gonna have our tag UI component that we made. Tag, did we import it? Let's see. Yep, we imported it. So tag, and it's taking a prop. The only prop that it takes is a text. So our text is gonna be post dot. So once you do a dot, you should have access to all of the stuff inside of our blog data. So we're gonna do post dot tags, and we can actually save this and take a quick look and make sure my server started. Yep. Take a look. Make sure we're home. Do a quick refresh, and there we go. We got our tag there. And so underneath this tag, I have a h2, and this h2 is going to have a class name of text 6XL, a font of extra bold, uppercase, and a text T. Remember what I said, guys. The tertiary. I can't say that fucking word for nothing. All right. And then in here, we're gonna do a post dot title. Take a quick look. Nice. All right. And then under this h2, we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex, item center, a gap of 3, a font of light, a text T, right, and a justify center. All right, and in between this div, we're going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of width 10, height 10, rounded full, and a BG of black. All right, and this is just basically a just an image, little placeholder for our image. But actually, we could just do this inside here. We'll come back and fix that. Actually, for now, let's just keep it like that. But this is basically for our author image. I just put a little placeholder there for now, but we could just fetch it, but that's fine like that, I guess. And then underneath here, this div, we're gonna have a span, and it's going to be post dot author name, like that, underneath that span. And then underneath this one, we're gonna have another span, but this one's gonna have a class name of italic, and inside this one's gonna be our publish date. So we're gonna do post dot publish date. Do a quick look. There we go. All right. And now we need our image. So underneath this div here, where we're gonna have our image. But first, let's see. Yeah, let's just put it. Let's do a div. And we'll have a class name of relative, a max height of 600 pixels, an overflow hidden, and a shadow of XL. Right, and inside of this div, this is where we're going to render out our image tag. But I'm actually not going to use Next.js image tag for this one. It was causing me some issues, so I'm just going to use the regular image tag. And source is going to be our post dot image path, like that. And then our alt can just be what we can do is actually do brackets, backticks, $, and then we'll just do image let me see how we're gonna do this, because I don't have this in my code. But we're gonna do image for we could just do post.title, like that. Like just for like accessibility, I think that would be good. I'm getting an error for some reason. Can't find image side JSA. Oh, that's weird. Let's have a class name of object cover, a width of full, and a height of full. And let's take a quick look. And now we got our image. Nice. All right. And now we can add our overlay. So the overlay UI component that we made. So underneath this image, all we got to do is just add overlay. And now we should, once I save it, should, as you can see, we hover over it. Got that nice little transition. Nice. All right, and underneath this, now we can render out our other section, our bottom three. So right underneath that article, we have a div, and this is going to have a class name of grid cows 3, a gap of 8, a max LG is going to be grid cow 1. Okay, and then in here, this is where we're going to map through our bottom feature. So we're going to do bottom feature dot map, and we're going to do post. We also can grab the ID as well. I'm going to return some JSX. In here, we're going to return a div with the class name of relative, overflow hidden, a height of 72, a shadow XL, and a width of full. All right. I just noticed something. Oh, okay. Our sticky header, our sticky nav not working because I forgot to put the styles. So we're gonna go do that after we finish our this hero section. All right, so our div. So inside of this div, this is where we're gonna render out our image. And again, I'm just gonna use the regular image, HTML image tag for this one. All right, and the source is going to be our post image path, and then our alt is going to be the same thing. We just do, let's grab it up here, image for blog.title, grab that. Right, and then our class name is going to be object cover, width full, and height full. Let's give that a save and go take a look. Now we got our 3 images there. All right, and we can also add our overlay underneath this. Save that. And we get our overlay once we hover. Nice. All right. And underneath this div here, we're gonna have a tag, and this is just going to, we're gonna send over the props, and just gonna be our post dot tags. That I'm getting an error for some reason. Let's see what the issue is. Okay, I see the issue. So for now, let's just wrap the top div in a fragment. So right underneath, let's see, we could probably just wrap the whole thing in fragments right quick, but we're gonna get rid of this. Just wrap all of this. So right underneath this tag for the fragment, just so all of this can work out. Whoa, now we're getting an error for some reason. All right, let's see what I did wrong here. So div, oh, okay, we forgot the article tag. So inside of this, okay, so here, so for this fragment, we're actually gonna make this a article tag. So let's do article, and I'm gonna do a class name of flex, flex call, a gap of 3, item center, text center, and also position relative. Take a quick look, and nice, now it's working. All right, we got our tag, and then right underneath this tag, we're gonna have an h3, and it's gonna have a class name of text XL, a font of extra bold, uppercase, and then a text T. All right, and then in here, we also gonna do a PX of 5. All right, and we're gonna have in here, this is where our post.title is gonna go. Post.title. All right, let's take a quick look. There we go. We got our titles. Let's add a 1 here right quick. I just want to see something. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're not gonna, I think we're just gonna do text LG, or maybe not. Do they get a little 1XL? 1XL. Alright. Yeah, let's keep it like that. 1XL. I don't think this is a thing though. It's not working right. Text XL. Let's text XL. So what is text medium maybe? Medium. Alright, text medium. There we go. I think that's the default, to be honest. Let's just remove this and see what happens. Yep, let's just remove that. We're gonna keep it text medium. Alright, and after this H3, we're gonna have a span, and it's gonna have a class name of font light and italic, like that. Alright, and in here, this is where our post.publish date is gonna go. Alright, quick look, nice. Alright, perfect. Okay, something's up. I don't think this is the right thing. Let's switch this. Let's do it, because on my code in my GitHub I got text 1XL, and it seems like, okay, maybe not. Alright, yeah, I guess we can keep it like this. Alright, cool. Sorry, we're gonna keep it, just remove this. There we go. Alright, let's keep it like that. Actually, let's try text small. I'm really picky when it comes to like making stuff look okay. Alright, text small. I think that looks better. Text small. Yeah. Let's see how it looks on mobile. Right quick. See how it looking. Okay, that looks good. Okay, nice. Things open. All right, perfect. All right, so right underneath here, yeah, I think we're done with that. So now what we're gonna do is add dynamic routing to these posts here. And to do that, all we have to do is we're gonna add a link tag around our image or around our post. So let's see where I'm gonna put it at on this first one. So I want it to be on my image. So right underneath this div here is where we're gonna have it. So right underneath publish date and author name. So this div this is the first one. I have a link. All right. And we're gonna wrap our image and overlay up with this. So right underneath, so right on top of the article, is this div. All right. And we're getting an error because it needs an href. Right. So the href, I'm gonna do 2 brackets like that, make some space, do path name, and that's going to equal backticks blog slash $$ brackets post.id. All right, so we didn't make this route yet. I'm gonna make it here in a second. And then a query is going to be, we're gonna do a spread operator, post. All right. So that's really it. That's how you do dynamic routes. So let's see what happens once we click on this. Once we click, as you can see, we're getting a 404 because we didn't make this route yet. So let's actually make this right quick. So inside of the site, we're gonna make another folder. And I believe we just have to do, let's do blog slash, and then do brackets, and then do ID like that. I believe that's all we have to do. And then in here, we're gonna do a page, page.tsx, ts. All right, let's go to export the page. All right, and I believe we have to take in a prop, but I just want to make sure. So the prop has to be search params. Search params. Like that. All right. And then in here, what we can do, we can just change that just so we don't have to do search params.title, search params.publish date. So what we can do is just do a cons post, and that's just going to equal search params. All right, so let's just give this a try. We're not going to style up this page yet. We're just gonna make sure it's working. We're gonna do post.title like that. And now let's see if this works. Click on this. And there we go. We got our title there. Perfect. So it's working correctly. All right. And just to get rid of that error, just because I don't want to see this error, we could go ahead and do an interface right quick. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna do interface, search params, search param types. And it's basically everything inside of our blog data. So we're gonna have an ID, and that's going to equal a string. That's actually, I'm just gonna copy this because there's a bunch of stuff. All right, let's paste it here. All right, so we're gonna have an ID of string, title string, image path string, paragraph string, featured and top posts are gonna be booleans, and then the rest of them just gonna be string tags, author image, author name, publish date. And then down here, just to get rid of that error, we're just gonna equal that to our search params types like that. And we are getting an error does not exist on type. Oh, okay. So what we have to do is actually do something like this. So we're gonna do let's get rid of this. So you can't just do it that way. You got to do brackets. We're gonna do that first, and new brackets, and we're gonna do search params, and then we're gonna do search param types like that, and that should get rid of that error. All right, nice. So we're gonna come back and fix up this page a little bit later. For now, let's go back to our hero section and add dynamic routes to our bottom post here. So what we gotta do is just copy this, copy that link, and scroll on down right underneath this article here, and paste that there. And the closing tag is going to go underneath our overlay, the div underneath our overlay, so right there. Save that. Now once we click these, all right, so I've been wrapping my head around this for like a little bit now, and I even like compared the finished site to what we got now, and as you can see, like these boxes are supposed to be width full, like these, like it's supposed to like fill up the whole entire area, because we got gap 8, and this is way more than a gap 8. So like, and it's not even lined up on the sides there. So I don't know if it's because right now in this project we're using Next.js 14, but the original project that I created is actually Next.js 13. Because while I was building this, Next.js 14 was just released, so that's why I think they must have made some changes to their link tag or something, because to fix this we got to put class name with full, right? And now we're back to normal, and that's what we want there. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out the finished site. So yeah, just put a class name with full there on the link. I don't think we have to do it for our top one, but for our bottom 3, just make sure you put a with full. All right, so now I say we go ahead and work on our finish up our nav bar, make it sticky to the top. So let's head over to our components, shared, and navbar. And now we already got the logic for it up here. We got our use effect, and now I just say we just gotta render out some styling. So if it's scrolling, we want these certain styles to show. So to do that, on our nav, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of all of these. We do brackets, and we do CLSX, do parentheses. So the original, by default, we always want it to be padding top and bottom of 4, and we want it to be width full as well. We're gonna do a comma, and now we want to do if it's scrolling. So if it is scrolling, we want the styles to be fixed, a top of 0, BG of white, a shadow LG, and a Z index of 10. And then we also need our else. So we're gonna do else, and may not put this thing there. So then else, we just want it to be position relative, like that. All right, take a quick look. As you can see, post is there. Nice. All right, cool. So now, as you can see, we got this border bottom here, and we don't want that there. It just doesn't look right. So to fix that, what we're gonna do is down here where we got the border bottom, we're actually going to, what I like doing is this, make some space there like that, do brackets, CLSX, parentheses, and now we're just going to copy over all of these here, copy all of this and paste in here, like that. Now we got to do, there we go, and we do a comma, and if it's scrolling, we do and we want the padding bottom to be 0, And we also want the border to be none. Like that. All right. Let's see. Oh, forgot to give that auto completes, auto format. Give it a time to load. All right, let's take a look. Oh, wait, it's loading. There we go. Nice. There we go. Scroll. Perfect. All right, and let me just go over it one more time, make sure we're good. So we got border bottom, perfect. So I believe our nav is complete. I don't think we should have to go in here until we add our authentication and all of that stuff. So let's go ahead and close out of this. And we can close out of our hero for now because that's also complete. So now I say we go ahead and do our top posts and latest posts. Well, actually, before we do that, inside of our components, we're going to create our blog card component so that way we can use it throughout our application. So let me just make sure. So inside of our components, inside of our shared, I'm gonna make a new component and new component, sorry. And this was going to be called blog card. All right, blog card.tsx. All right, let's go ahead and export it. All right. All right, and now let's make our card. So first we're gonna import image from Next. We're gonna also have a React icon. It's gonna be AI outline arrow right. And paste that in there. And this is going to be from React -icons /AI, right? And then we're gonna import our tag from our UI. We're gonna import our overlay. Import our overlay. And then we're also gonna import link from Next.js. All right. So that's that. And this is going to take some props. So we're going to take in our post, and we're also going to take in index as well. Ooh. All right. So now let's write some JSX. It's going to be an article, and it's going to have a class name of relative, around it, of LG, overflow hidden. And then inside this article, we're gonna have a div. It's gonna have a class name of width 1000 pixels, height of 450 pixels, and position relative. All right. And that's where we're gonna render our image tag from Next.js this time. And do source. It's going to be our post.image path. Image path. And we're going to do fill as well. And then our alt can be the same thing as our, so let's head over to the hero. And where's the, wait. Oh, I just put blog. I thought I switched it. Oh, okay. I forgot that I was debugging that freaking code and we switched it. So yeah, let's please not be lazy here. So I'm gonna do brackets, backticks, and I'm gonna do image for, and then we're gonna do $, and then post.title, like that. All right, and let's copy this, and I'm gonna come up here and paste it somewhere else. I know we had it somewhere else. Image, there we go. All right, and then inside of our blog, we're gonna paste it here as well for the alt. All right, perfect. And we're just gonna have a class name of object cover, like that. All right, and we're also gonna add our overlay. See the power of reusable components. You know, like we're gonna use this overlay a lot, and you know, just save some time. We could just put overlay instead of writing, you know, all the class names and stuff. That's why I love React. All right, so right underneath this div, we're gonna have another div. We have a class name of absolute, width of full, height of full, top of 0, pattern of 5, flex col, and a justify between. All right, and in here I have a div. Won't have any class name. We have a tag, our tag component, and we gotta send over the text, which is going to be post.tags. All right, and then we also gonna have a h3 with a class name of text 3xl, font of extra bold, uppercase, and a text white. All right, and it's gonna be our post.title. That. All right, and I think this is good for now. We're gonna come back to this. Let's just go ahead and create like our latest post and our top post. Let's do latest post first. So let's go ahead and do that. So in our shared, we're going to create another file we call latest post .tsx. All right, and we're gonna make this a use client. We're gonna import use state. All right, and we're also gonna import our blog data. And then we're going to import our blog card that we just made, and we're also going to import a button as well. All right, so let's see how we're going to do this. So we just want to grab all of the blog posts with latest posts true. So if we head over to the blog data, as you can see, some of them says, so that's top posts, that's top posts, latest post. There we go. The latest post is true, so we're going to grab all the ones that says true. So same thing, we could just do a filter, the dot filter method. Let's head back over to our latest post. And so we're going to do a const latest posts, and that's going to equal blog data dot filter. Right. And it's going to take in a blog, and it's going to return our blog dot latest posts equals true. Basically, it's creating a whole array of all the ones that are true. So now we can actually do something with that array. And in this case, we're not going to do anything, but in the hero section, as you can see, we use the slice method to just take one post and then take 3 posts at the bottom here. But in this case, we're not going to do anything with that array. We're just going to map through it. But I do want to have a button here. Actually, let's finish this and then we'll add the button, just so I can explain it a little bit better. So let's do a section. It's gonna have a class name of colspan2. Okay, and you guys are probably wondering, why am I putting colspan2 here when there's no grid at the top? So inside of our let's go ahead and create our latest post right quick. I'm at our top post, and inside of our share, I'm gonna do top post .tsx, and let's just export it for now. All right. So inside of our page, inside of our site page, this is where we're gonna import those two pages. Let me just go over to it. All right. Let's go ahead and import those. Import latest posts. And then we're also going to import top posts. Yeah. All right. So here we're going to have a div. And it's going to have a class name of grid. And then on large screen it's going to be grid Kyle3. All right. By default, it's going to be grid Kyle1. And on large screens, we're going to have a gap of 10. Width is going to be 95%. MX Auto. Max width is going to be 1450 pixels. I see myself using this a lot in this project. I probably should have made like a helper class or something. Overflow Y hidden, a H of fit, and a margin top of 10. Right, and in here we're just going to render our latest posts and also our top posts like that. I'll save that and let's take a quick look. So as you can see, we got our top post on this side and we got our latest post over here, but we don't have any content in it, so that's why it's not showing anything. Let's head over back to our latest post. So we got call span 2, and now we're going to have I'm also going to do actually we don't even need that. I was going to add like an aria labeled by, because I was trying to practice with some accessibility in this project, but actually let's go ahead and do it. Aria, I'm going to do labeled by, and it's going to be latest posts. All right, like that. All right, cool. So inside of this section, I have a div. It's going to have a class name of with full and a text center. And then we have a h2, and it's going to have an ID of latest posts. So self-explanatory. So as you can see, it's aria labeled by latest posts, so it's getting labeled by this h2, this section. All right, so whatever this h2 says, that's what this section is going to be labeled by. And I have a class name of text center, a text 2XL, a font of extra bold, uppercase, a text T, inline block, a PX of 2, and a margin bottom of 10. Right? And okay, perfect. Here's H2 to latest posts. Let's take a quick look. Perfect. So we got latest post there. All right, so underneath this div here, this is where we're going to render out through our latest post array that we made up there. So let's make a div. So we'll have a class name of flex call, gap of 10, and an h of full, like that. All right, so it's going to map through it. So we're going to do latest post dot map. Actually, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do dot map first. Map and do post. Let's do we can do ID, and we're gonna return some JSX, so parentheses, and we're gonna return a blog card. All right, so we just made our blog card, and we have some props that we got to send over. So we're gonna do post. We're gonna send it over our post, and then we can also send it over index as well. We're gonna do index, or actually no, let's not send it over index. I don't know why I did that inside the props. Let's do key ID here like that. All right, and let's take a quick look. Index is missing just because I didn't mean to add index there. We just want to send it over the post. Head back over to latest post, and we should get rid of that error. Let's take a quick look. Nice. Now it's rendering out all of our stuff there. So I want to add a button here to where if we have more than let's say we have 20 latest posts, we don't want all 20 to be rendered out on the page. So we want to store it inside of some state, and then whenever we click a button, the show more button, we want it to be rendered on a page. So to do that, up here underneath this latest post, we're gonna do a const visible. We can just do visible blogs, and do set visible blogs. Visible blogs. And it's going to be use state. And you can set this to any number. I'm just going to do 5. So this is basically what's going to be shown as soon as the page is rendered. It's just going to show 5. You can do 3 if you want. You can do 2. I think 5 is a good number to start off with. Then we do a const show more blogs. And it's going to equal arrow function. And all we have to do here is going to do set visible blogs. And all we're going to do is do prev visible blogs. Basically just taking in that number. And then we're going to do prev visible blogs plus whatever you want. So you can do, if you want to, once you click on a button, if you want 3 more to render, you can do the number 3. If you want 2 more to render, you can do the number 2. So this is basically just taking in this number here, this 5 for previous blog, and just add in 3 to it. Really simple. So that's that. So now down here, what we can do is underneath this here, this is where we can have visible blogs. So if visible blogs is less than our latest post dot length, and so we can do like basically this is basically short circuiting there. We can do a div class name flex justify center that, and then we want to render our button component, and we want the on click to be show more blogs, and we want the text to be show more that, and we want the aria to be show more blog post. All right, take a quick look. There we go. And once we click, now we got that extra one there. So let's count. So we got 1. Let's refresh first, because I got some duplicate data here, so I just want to make sure. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, that kind of right? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's weird. 3. Let's change the number to this to 4. Oh, okay. I think I know why. So, okay, that makes sense. Let's change this back to 5. Change this back to 5. And then down here, where we're mapping through our latest post, we actually want to do the slice method here as well. So we're going to do latest post dot slice, right? And do parentheses, and we're going to start at 0. And then instead of putting a number here, we're going to go by our visible blogs, which is 5. So we're just grabbing the first 5, and then we're going to do a dot map on that. And then once we click, now it should only render out 5. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We click show more, and now that extra one is shown. Nice. And also the button disappears because down here we're only rendering out that button if visible blogs is less than our latest post length. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and do, well, we actually gotta finish this. Let's go ahead back over to our blog card. We gotta add like our dynamic routes and all of that stuff on here. So inside here, right underneath this div, still inside of the article, so 2 divs down, we have a link, right? And it's gonna be like the same link stuff that we had inside of our hero sections. Let's go over here and copy this. Let's copy this href here. Copy. Get back over to blog card. So href. Make sure you do double brackets. And like that. What did I do wrong here? Href. Keep getting these. Let's head back over to hero. Copy this link. See why this is happening. So head back over to latest post. Blog card. And I'm just gonna copy this like that. Go like that. Okay. I don't know what I did wrong there. Alright, so in here, inside of this link, we're just gonna have AI outline right like that, and we can also have a size, and the size is going to be 30. All right, take a quick look. Don't think you're gonna see it actually because yep, it was right there. So we gotta make this position absolute. So inside of the link, we're actually gonna have a class name and do position absolute. Do a bottom of 0. Do a right of 0. A BG of T. A P5. Text white. Rounded. So this is gonna be weird. This is my first time ever using this. So we're gonna do a rounded TL dash LG. That's like top left. A Z index of 10 and also a cursor pointer. Like that. Alright, take a quick look. And there we go. So once we, nice. Alright, and let's just do a quick test. Once we click on this, it should take us to that dynamic route that we got. So nice. Perfect. So it should have footprints across. Put a title there. Perfect. Alright. So I believe that is it for our blog card for now. We do have to fix this error up here. But for now, I'm gonna come back and fix it. We can just do any like that. Just to figure, I just don't like seeing errors. So we're gonna leave it like that for now, but we're gonna come back and definitely fix this before the project is over. So yeah, that's that. And now I say we go ahead and do our top post. Let's head over to our top post. Our top post is gonna be a little bit different. Alright. Let's go ahead and import blog data. I'm gonna import our image tag from from Next. I'm gonna import link. I'm gonna import our tag. Import tag. And we also import overlay. Overlay. Nice. Alright, so same thing. We're just gonna do a cons top post. And that's going to equal to blog data dot filter. And we'll do blog. And we're just going to return all of the blog where top post is equals to true. Blog dot top post equals to true. Like that. All right. We got that, and now we can map through that. First, let's do some styling. Have a section, and this is also going to have an ARIA labeled by. Well, it's just going to be top posts. That, and have a div. Have a class name of width full, and the text of center. All right. And then we have our h2 where our ID is going to be top dash post, and then our class name is going to be text center, a text 2xl, a font extra bold, uppercase, text t, an inline block, px of 2, and a margin bottom of 10. Right. So inside of the h2 is just going to say top post. Let's take a quick look. Nice. Why is this one bigger? That's weird. Very weird. Let's head over to our latest posts and see why this is happening. So we forgot the dash there. There we go. All right, head back over down to top posts. All right, so we got an h2. We're underneath this div here, where we're gonna map through our top posts. So we're gonna do div, class name of flex, h full, flex col, a gap of 12, and an item center. All right, and here we'll map through our top posts. We're in top posts dot map posts. I'm just gonna grab our ID. Actually, index. I think I was supposed to grab index for. Trying to think. I don't know if I'm thinking of something else. Let's just do index for this one. And we'll see if we got any errors, we can just fix them. So we're gonna have a link. Alright. It's gonna be same href as our other components. So we're gonna head back over here. Latest post. Where I got it. I think it's in our blog card. Sorry, I got confused there for a second. Too many people yelling outside. Alright. Let's copy this href and I'll paste it in here. Alright, perfect. Alright. We're getting an error. Let's see. Let's just finish and see why we're getting this error. Alright, so we have a link, and then in here have an article, and then for this article our key is going to be our index, like that. Right? I really wonder why I'm getting this error. I don't like errors. Okay, so yeah, we're missing a closing parentheses down here, I believe. There we go. All right, cool. So inside of this article, I'm gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of relative and cursor pointer. So the whole reason why we're not importing our blog card into this one is because our top post is going to take different styling, and it's just going to look totally different. So that's why, plus it's not that much code we have to do in this one. So I'm going to do image. So inside here we're going to have our image component from Next.js, and our source is going to be post.imagePath. Our width is going to be 800. Our height is going to be 800. And then our alt is going to be backticks image or $ post.title, like that. Let's take a quick look, see if it shows up. Nice. Perfect. All right. So now underneath here, we're going to add our overlay as well. That. And we got that nice overlay. All right. So underneath this div, we're going to have another div. And it's going to have a class name of with full, flex, justify center, and a bottom of 0, which I don't even think we need that there. Yeah, let's take this bottom 0 off. I was experimenting with some stuff. And here we're gonna have our tag. And our tag takes a text, which is just gonna be post.tags. That. Nice. And then we need our title. So underneath this div, we have a h3 with a class name of text. Do a text of MD. Actually, we don't need that. I think that's default. The font extra bold, uppercase, text T, and then a text center, like that. And then in here it's going to be our post.title. Right. Nice. Perfect. All right. And now we need our author name and publish date, and then we'll be done with this section. So h3. So underneath this div, I have a class name of flex, gap of 3, a justify of center, and a margin top of 2. And in here we're gonna have a span, and a font. The class name of font light. All right. And then in here it's going to be by our post author name. Take a quick look at that. All right, perfect. And then underneath here, underneath this span, I have another span. And this is going to have a class name of italic and font.light. It's going to be post.publish date. Yeah. Nice. Perfect. So let's click show more. We got more that shows. We got our nice footer. So I believe the home page is done. Now let's make sure dynamic routes work here. Perfect. Nice. So now I say we go ahead and we can either do our post page or our about page. I say we go ahead and do our post page. So let's go ahead and do that. So our post page is just going to be basically it's going to look just like our latest post and top post section, but the only difference is our latest posts, these are just showing our latest posts. We want our post page to show all of our posts. And to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to create another component, and it's just going to be called post with an S and TSX. Just going to export it, and essentially it's going to be basically the same exact thing as our latest post. So we can seriously probably just copy this whole entire thing and just change up a few things. Let's go ahead and copy it and post. Where are we at? Post there. I'm gonna paste it in here. I'm gonna save it. All right, so like I said, we want this to show all of our posts, so we're gonna remove this filter, right? And instead of us mapping through our latest posts, we're going to just map through the entire blog data. We still want to keep the slice as well. Keep everything the same. And to be honest, that is, I believe we're it. I'll just change this to blog data dot length. And just like that, we have access to all of our posts now. So let's head over to our app folder, and we're going to create a new folder, and it's going to be called post with an S. All right, and in here we have a page .tsx. Going to export it. Okay. And then in here, we're just going to import our post. Oh, okay. I know what we did. we copied over the code here, so we forgot to change the exports and stuff. So like cons post, and then head down. We got to change this to post, like that. All right, and then head back over to our page here, and then in here we're gonna go ahead and import it. And we're also gonna import top post as well. All right, nice. And now we're just gonna have a div with a class name of grid, LG grid cows, LG grid cows 3, LG gap of 10, grid cow 1, default, a width of 95%, a max width of 1450 pixels, overflow Y hidden. Forgot to close this bracket there. And we're also going to do a hfit. A margin top of 10, a max LG of space Y7. Alright, so that's basically just give space on the y-axis to all of the children. And then in here, we're just going to render our post component and our top news component, top post component. Save that. And let's head over to post. Let's take a quick look. Whoa. Alright, so small mistake. These small mistakes, it takes me so long to get. So I put, as you can see, it's supposed to be inside, our route's supposed to be inside of our site, and it's not. So that's why I keep generating this layout. So I kept trying to delete it, and I'm like, what is happening? So if you click on delete, you see how I just, and if I go to the page, if I click on post now, it's gonna see it generated a whole nother layout, and I was wondering why that was happening. So that's all because this is outside of our site folder. So I'm just going to paste that in there, and now we should be able to delete the layout. Okay, and let's give this a refresh, and there we go. Nice, perfect. All right, as you can see, it's not lined up perfect. For now, we could just add a div around all of this. I believe it should make it look a little better. X, add a div like that. Refresh. Let's actually change the class name. Oh, I know what we forgot. What we did, we forgot to put MXAuto for here, I believe. It's like the magic styling right there. So MXAuto, and it should center. There we go. Perfect. So we got all our posts here. So this is where all of our posts gonna render. So it's just gonna keep going forever. As many posts as we can. And yep, so that's that. So now I say we work on our dynamic route. So once we click on this, we're going to style up this page, and here we're going to have the actual blog. So let's go ahead and style that up now. All right, so head over to blog/id, and this is where we're going to style up that page. So in here, we already did our types, which is good. Everything is good. So now we just have to write some JSX and just style it up. So let's get rid of this post title, and we're going to keep that div there, but we're going to do another div, and this is going to actually, let's just get rid of this. Let me just scroll down so I know I'm zoomed in. Hopefully this isn't too zoomed in. I might zoom out a little bit. So we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of width 95%. We're gonna do an MX of auto, and also our normal max width we've been using, which is a max width of 1450 pixels. All right, and in here we have another div, and it's going to have a class name of width full, height of 400 pixels, 400 pixels. We're going to do position relative, and also a margin bottom of 5. All right, this is going to be our image container, and we're going to be using Next.js image component. Make sure you import that, and it's going to take a few props. So we're going to do fill, right? And we're going to do alt. It's just going to be we could just do image per blog for now, and then for the source it's going to be post.image path. All right, and scroll down, and we're gonna have a class name of object cover. All right, so let's save that and take a look and see if our image shows up. Nice. So let's head back to home and let's see if this is working. So we head over to this one, and we got that image there, and I'm gonna click on a random one. Let's click on this one, and we got that image there. Nice. So it's working the way we want to. So right underneath this div, we're gonna have our tag component, and our tag, if you guys remember, takes in one prop. We're just gonna do a text, and we can just name this post.tags. Right, and as you can see, we're getting an error. You can just do as string like that. Let's see if this, oh, as string, and then I'll do it like that. Let's see, maybe we can, oh, here we could probably just put an array there and just get rid of this as string. There we go. All right, perfect. So right underneath, let's see if that worked. We got our tag there, and then right underneath this tag we'll have an h2, and this h2 is gonna have a class name of text or Excel, a font of extra bold, uppercase, a text T, and a my of 3, so margin top and bottom. And then here it's going to be our post.title. Okay, nice. You can see it's like jumpy because we don't have any content, so it's like jumping with that because our navbar is sticky, so we just need to add some more content here. So we have a div, and underneath this h2 we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex. Medium screens and up, we're gonna have a gap of 20. On medium screens and below medium screens, we're gonna have a gap of 5. A relative, margin top of 10. Medium screens and up, we have a flex row, and then by default on mobile we have a flex col, like that. All right, and in here we're gonna have, and let's see, okay, so we're gonna have a side. Try to be as semantic as I can in this project. We're gonna have a side, and this is going to have a class name of medium sticky. All right, and then also, so medium sticky, and let me just make some space here like this. And then on medium screens and up, it's gonna have a top of 2/4, and also on medium screens, it's gonna have a height of screen. All right. One thing that I always Tailwind add, maybe in a future update, is a way to like chain class names whenever you're like focused on a like a media query or a breakpoint. So for example, I don't want, maybe like it could be something like medium screen sticky, and instead of me typing medium screen again and then medium screen again, I could probably put like a dash top 2/4 dash 8 screen. I think that'd be really cool to do, because I don't know, just it'll prevent, you know, it looking like less cluttered when it comes to these class names. Because I didn't have one component, and no lie, it was like probably like 7 lines of like Tailwind. It was like all the way down here. It was crazy. But yeah, inside of this aside, I have a span. Oh, what is that? Oh, I'm not inside of the aside. All right, so inside here I have a span, and this span is going to have a class name of uppercase. Alright, and then a text 2XL, a font of extra bold, and a text T. Alright, and then in here is going to be share, like that. Let's just take a quick look at that. Alright, nice. Alright. We got our share, and then underneath this share, we're gonna have, underneath this span, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have a class name of flex, text 3XL, flex, text 3XL, a gap of 5, text gray 400, and a margin top of 2. For now, we're gonna add another class name to this, but I want to add these icons first. We're gonna have 3 icons. We're gonna have AI outline Facebook, AI outline Instagram, and AI outline Twitter. Let's go ahead and import those. So head over to the top, and they're all coming from React icons. Let's go ahead and import those, and then down here we can just paste them inside of this div. That. Take a quick look. Nice. All right, so I want each one to have a border. So to save time, a lot of people don't know about this. So you could just add a class name to this and just put border on it, or you can try to put border on this, but as you can see, it wraps around the whole entire thing, which doesn't look bad actually. But we're actually going to grab each children, and to do that we're going to do brackets, and then we're going to do the and symbol. So and, if I can find it, and then we're going to do greater than, and we're going to grab all of the children with this little star sign. And now we got all our children, so we can just do a border like that. All right, yeah, look, and now each one has a border. All right. Let's see. All right, perfect. All right, so underneath this aside, we have an article. All right, and in here, this is going to be a p tag with the class name of just text XL. And what I did, I just paste a bunch of posts.paragraph like this. You guys can do that, just so it can have some content under there like that. And as you can see, our share is sticky. So as we scroll, it like kind of sticks down. Let's see if we can fix that a little bit. So this top, let's do a top of 0. See how that look. MD top 0. Alright, let's do a top of 1/2. Oh no, it just doesn't look right like that. Top of, let's just do 3 and see what happens. Alright, it's not moving with it. That's weird. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna fix that. I don't know why. And we also gotta fix like the padding inside of our nav. You see how like it's not even, doesn't look like it has a, it's not centered horizontally. Let's see. Top, so sticky. Let's go back to 3/4. I believe that's what we had. I guess we can keep it like that for now. We'll come back and try to fix it. Don't want to waste time on that. All right, so underneath this p tag, I have another div. So yeah, anything I miss in this first episode of me building the front end, I will obviously try to fix it next video whenever we add the backend, whenever we actually complete the entire site. So if I miss anything, like something small like this, if I totally forget to come back to this, we'll definitely finish it next video. But I'm gonna try not to forget. So we're gonna do a class name of margin top 5, flex, gap of 5, and an item center. All right, and in here we have another image tag. Gonna be from Next.js, and the props is going to be the source. It's going to be post.authorImage. Do a width of 500, a height of 500, and the alt is just going to be you can do backticks. You can do image of, you can do $, post.authorName, right? And then it's gonna have a class name of rounded full, a width of 20, height of 20, and an object cover like that. All right, let's take a quick look. Okay, so we're getting this little image thing. So whenever you're using any images outside of your project, so if you head over to the data, which is in our constants, our author image is getting fetched from this URL, which is from Unsplash. So whenever you want to do something like this with Next.js, you gotta go to the next config, and here I kind of forgot. Let me just make sure. Let me open it up on my other monitor. I believe you just add like domains. Let me just see if I can remember. Domains, or maybe images, and then I need to do domains, I believe, something like that. Let me just make sure. Next config. But yeah, domains, and then we're gonna add images dot unsplash.com. All right, let's save that. And I'm getting, oh, I thought I was getting an error. So whenever you mess with this config file, you gotta restart your server. So npm run dev. And now let's refresh, and this should work now. Head back over to our component, our page. All right, let's see if this works. See if it shows up here. There we go. Nice. All right. And right underneath this image tag, we're gonna have a div. And this is gonna have a class name of flex, gap of 1, and a flex col. All right, and here we're gonna have two spans. The first one's gonna have our author name, post author name, and then the second one is going to have our post.publish date. All right, take a look. Nice. We have our post page complete. This is going to be all of our posts here, and we got our show more button. Whenever we could just keep clicking show more, and we might add a filter system next video when we add our backend. I'm not sure yet. And then so we need our about page and then our contact page, and then we'll be finished. Let's go ahead and do our about page. All right, so under about, on that, and let me just go and open it up here. All right, so this page shouldn't take too long. We're gonna do two imports. We're gonna import overlay from our components, and we're also gonna import image from Next.js. All right. What I like doing is changing this to about. Actually, we can just keep the page. It's not that serious. All right, so let's write some JSX. We're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have our normal class name with 95%, MX auto, and max width 14, 50 pixels. All right, 50 pixels. All right, and then inside of this div, we're gonna have another div, not a dove, a div, and it's gonna have a class name of relative, a height of 500 pixels, and a width of full. All right, here we're gonna have our image tag from Next.js, and our source is going to be /assets /about.jpg, and then we're gonna do fill for the height and width, and our alt is just going to be about image, and then our class name is going to be object cover. Take a quick look. Underneath here, we're going to add our overlay. All right, and I made it a little bit darker, and we're going to have an H1. It's going to have about us in there. And H1 is going to have a class name of flex, absolute, a width of full, height full, justify center, item center, a text 4XL, a font extra bold, uppercase, and a text white. All right, just gonna save that. There we go. And then underneath, so underneath this div here, I have another div. Then this is gonna have a class name of leading 8. That's just line height. A text of LG, a BG of white, a margin top of -80 pixels, position relative, a width of 90 pixels, 90%, a M auto, a rounded LG, pattern of 5, shadow XL, text center, and we're gonna do a max MD of, scroll over, this is pretty long. Eesh. Oh, a max MD of margin top 0, and then a max MD of width full Also a max MD of BG transparent. Last but not least, a max MD of shadow none. This would have been a good case for my chain thing. It probably exists. I probably just don't know. As you can see, our little white bars there. So let's go and add some content in here now. I'm going to scroll back over my other monitor. So in this div, we're gonna have a p tag, and it's gonna have a bunch of lorms. I'm going to copy, like, you just type in whatever you want. I just typed in some lorm here and paste, and there we go. Got some lorm. Let's see, something's up. Width of 90%. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be this big. Let's see, max MD width full. Let's change this to like 80%. See what happens. Right, that didn't work. Go back to 90. Lead in 8, text LL, BG white, relative, with 90%, M auto, round to LG, padding 5, shadow XL, text center, max MD. Okay, so max MD. Margin top of 0 and a max MD of width full, max MD BG transparent. Oh, that's weird. Alright, another thing we're gonna come back and fix here in a second. We're actually gonna come back and fix that here in a second, but let's just go ahead and finish. I'm gonna do a div and have a class name with full, item center, flex, and justify center. Right, and in here we're gonna have our image. All right, and the source is going to be slash assets slash signature .png. And the width is going to be 500, height is going to be 500, and the alt is just going to be signature. Like that. Okay, let me just see. She is showing like the whole width for it. So let's see, let's try to debug this. Alright, so small mistake. I forgot to add a space between width 90% and M auto. And I honestly think that happened up here as well, where I probably forgot to add a space between these two, because I'm zoomed all the way in and it's kind of hard to tell. So let me just make sure. Let me just hit back and click save, as you can see. And then once I head over here to the right and click space, that's when now it's showing that width 90%. That's what we want, and that consists of our about page. Let's head over to our contact page. Go ahead and create that. So let me just close out everything. We can start off fresh here, and we're gonna make a folder inside of our app. Close out everything, and so the site. We're gonna create another folder, and it's going to be called contact. Alright, and we have a page in here. TSX. Alright, cool. Let me go ahead and open it up here. Alright, so this is pretty long. Alright, so we're gonna make 4 inputs. For actually 3 for now. We're gonna import image from Next. We're going to import overlay from our components. Then we're going to also import button. All right, so that's it for now. And let's go ahead and export this. You can see our changes. And then once we click on contact, now we should be presented with page. Nice. And let's go ahead and write some JSX. So we're gonna have a div, and inside of this div, have another div with a class name of relative, a height of 500 pixels, and width of full. And in here we have our image tag, and the source is going to be /assets /assets/contact.jpg. Right, we're gonna get an error because we don't got a height and a width, but we're just going to use fill for now. And then the alt is going to be contact image, and then the class name is going to be object cover. Let's see what object center is. Oh, you don't want that. Can I do object center and object cover? I just want to see. Right, I want to see something right quick. Never use object center. And I'm gonna head over to this. Okay, I didn't do what I wanted it to do. I thought it would do what I thought it was gonna do, but it didn't. All right, so object cover, and then we're gonna add our overlay as well. Overlay. All right, and then underneath this overlay, we have a H1. All right, so we can actually head over to our about page and just copy over this H1 here, because it's gonna be the same exact styling. You just go and copy that, and we're gonna paste it for this H1 here. All right, and then we'll just change this to contact us. Like that. Give that a save, and we should see it there. Nice. All right, so now it's time to start our form. So underneath this div here, I have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of padding 10, a leading of 8, leading 8. Oh. If I can spell leading right, sorry. Leading 8. Text LG. We're gonna have a margin top of 10. Position relative, a margin of auto. Actually, I don't even think we need this here. Actually, yeah, let's do it. And do a rounded of LG. And we're also going to do a text center. Alright, and we're just going to take a quick look and see what that's about. Okay, we might come back and switch up that styling. I think I was playing around with something and I forgot to take off the styling. We have an H1, and this is going to have a class name of text 4XL, a font of extra bold. We're going to do a width of full, a text center, uppercase, a text primary, and a margin bottom of 10. All right, and in here it's just going to say let's discuss. All right, take a quick look. Nice. All right, so now it's time for our form. Scroll down some, and we have a form. Get rid of this. All right, and in here we have a div. It's gonna have a class name of flex, gap of 5, and on max small, we want it to be flex Kyle. All right, and we have 2 inputs in here, so we could just make one and probably just copy over the next. Let me just make some space here, like that. All right, so type's gonna be text. The placeholder for this one is gonna be name, and a class name is going to be border 0, a px of 1, py of 3. Actually, let's not put border 0. right there. Because I think that was the bug that was happening. We're gonna have a border gray 300 with the full, a rounded MD, a text gray 900, a shadow small. I'm gonna have a ring 1, a ring gray 300, ring gray 300, and now we're gonna edit, add some styling to our placeholder. Let me just scroll over because there's a bunch of styling. All right, so ring gray 300. We have a placeholder of text gray 400. Why is it not auto completing when I do that? All right, text gray 400 for the placeholder, and we're gonna do a focus, and that is going. Let me make sure I add my space there. I'm gonna do a focus, and this is going to be ring 2. And then we're also gonna do another focus, and this is going to be ring primary. And last but not least, we're gonna do an outline of none. All right, so let's take a look at that. And nice, once we click, we got that nice that ring primary once it's focused. Perfect. All right, now what we can do, because it's the same exact styling for each one, what we can do is just probably just copy this. Let me just zoom out some. Hopefully this isn't too small. I just like being zoomed in so you guys can see it. So I'm going to copy that because this is a huge monitor. So, and I'm going to paste another one there. Take a look, and now we got 2 of them there. So we just got to change this one up. This is going to be type, and it's going to be email, and the placeholder is going to be email. All right, nice. And now what we can do is actually copy this whole entire div here, because I want 2 more inputs, and I want the same exact thing. I'm gonna do copy, and I'm gonna paste it again. Let's give that a save, and we got them here. Let's see. All right, so we gotta add some styling to our form tag. Let's do a class name of flex call. With the full, and then we also do a gap of 5, so we can have some space between these two. Nice. All right, so let's head down to this one, and this next one is going to be subject. We're gonna do subject like that, type text, and then this one here is going to be a phone number. I guess we could just do type. Wait, can I do like type tell? I never actually, let's see. Input types. Let's actually look this up together. Just want to make sure. All right, so we got type button, type password, type number. Okay, so let's do type number. Type number, and then this is going to be phone. Like that. Right, let's just make sure type phone. Oh, type tell. Maybe we should do type tell. I think that's like telephone, right? All right, let's take a look at it. Okay, I mean, I don't think it'll make a difference. All right, so we got phone, and now we need our text area. So right underneath this div here, I have a text area. Right. And you can make it a self-closing tag, or you don't have to, but it can be. It's gonna be name. It's going to be message. Doesn't need an ID or anything. Placeholder is going to be message, and then rows going to be 8. Take a quick look. All right, nice. And now we need that styling. So we could just copy over this styling. For the class name, to class name, and then copy over that, paste it there. And there we go. We got us a nice looking form. Perfect. Now we need our button. So right underneath this text area, have a div, and then we're gonna have a class name of flex, justify center, and in here have our button component. I don't know if we already imported it. I think we did. Button, and have aria going to be submit contact form, and then the text is going to be submit that. Right. Okay, we're getting an error on click. We don't need an on click, so let's head over to our button component and make on click optional. We don't need an on click right now. Then head back over to our contact, and now it should be removed, and we got our contact button. So we are going to add a map to this, and you guys can head over to, I forgot what I typed in. Let's take a quick look. I think I typed in like HTML map generator, something like that, and Google. So here we go, Google iframe map generator. And you guys could just put in like your business name. I just did Explore X, and you can do the height if you want. I believe, let's take a look at mine. So inside of the map, let me go ahead and open it up. So inside of components, and then UI map, that's where it's going to go. So yeah, I just did a height of 300, so just change this to 300. Right. And make sure the width is 100% because we wanted to take up the whole entire width. And I just put a random address in the city that I live in. You don't want to, obviously don't put your address. So to do this, we're going to make a map component. You can do it inside of the UI map.tsx, and we're going to export it. Right. And on here you're going to be presented with this code right here. You just basically just want to copy this code, and that's it, and just paste it inside of here. So I'm going to copy the one that I did so you guys can see it. So this is the one that I did. I believe the one that comes with theirs, you gotta like remove some stuff or it won't work. So let me just actually just paste it right underneath here. As you can see, it comes with let me just add a fragment so it can format. Add a fragment under here. All right. As you can see, it comes with frame border, so you don't need that, so you can get rid of that. You don't need scrolling, you don't need margin height or any of that. All you need is your width and height and your source. That's all you need. Oh, also the A tag right here. You don't need that as well. So just get rid of those, and then it should be good. And then you obviously want to change the style because we're using React. So all you have to do is just get rid of the quotes, and then do 2 brackets width, and then put the 100% in quotes like that. So really simple. I'm gonna get rid of this, go and save it. We get our map, and I'm gonna head over to our contact page. Go ahead and close this, and right underneath, so not that div, so we want it to be right inside of this div here. Hold on, I think we did some, oh no, inside of this div. So right underneath here is where we want to render out our map. And components, like that. Take a look, and there we go, we got our map. Just like that. Perfect. And it's interactive. You can either get directions. So perfect. So we're done our contact page. Let's go and try to fix this navbar right quick because it's bothering me. Alright, so to fix this, it seems like what we're gonna do, because it's just padding bottom that's causing this. But we need the padding bottom for this border, little border that we got, a little separator. So what I say we do is we get rid of this padding bottom here, like that. And as you can see, it looks good, but we still need it here. So what we can just do is the power of CLSX. That's why I like it. So you could just do if it's not scrolling. If it's not is scrolling, we can just add the class, the padding bottom 5. As you can see, it's there, but once we start scrolling, it goes away. Perfect. Let's go ahead and we're gonna fix up our folders a little bit. So instead of having this site in parentheses, we're actually going to drag everything out. So let's go ahead and just copy each one, and we're gonna drag it just inside of our app like this. And we're gonna get rid of this site. We're still gonna keep the auth, but we're just gonna keep we're just gonna get rid of site. Alright, so now let's go ahead over to NextAuth, and you want to click on get started, and don't install this yet. You want to head over to providers, and then actually you want to head over to adapters, and then we're going to do Prisma. So now we're going to copy this and copy that. Get over to our terminal, and we're going to paste it in there. So this is installing Prisma, Prisma client, and also the Prisma adapter as well. So give that a second to load. Let's go ahead and scroll down. So here it's telling us to make a API / auth / NextAuth.js. So this is what we're going to do. But before we do that, actually, I think we do have to go ahead and install NextAuth. So go ahead over back to auth, and then run install NextAuth. Let me go back. We're going to install this. All that as well. So npm install NextAuth. Alright. And let's head back over to our adapters and Prisma. Bring that back up, close out of these. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and make this API route. We'll head over to our app. We're gonna make it inside of our auth folder. So we're gonna have a folder in here, and it's be called API. And it's telling us to do auth inside of this API folder. So we're gonna do another folder in here. It's gonna be called auth. And inside of this auth folder, we're going to do a spread operator and then have NextAuth. I have another folder. I'm going to do brackets .. NextAuth. Right? And then inside of this folder, we're going to have our route. Let's make sure, let me just drag this over some. Make sure it's checked. And then let's do a route.ts. Cool. All right, so now we can go ahead and copy over this code here. I'm gonna switch it up just a bit here in a second. Let me zoom out some, zoomed in just a little bit. So as you can see, we're getting some errors here, and this is just TypeScript. We're gonna fix all these here in a second. But before we do that, we're going to make a folder inside of our root, and it's going to be called lib. So inside here, I make another folder, and it's called lib. Right, and then we're gonna do a file name. It's gonna be called Prisma DB. Sorry, I'm gonna do Prisma DB. So database Prisma DB.ts. Right, and the reason why we're doing this is because if we keep calling Prisma like they do it inside of this example, we're gonna get a error that's saying that we're calling Prisma too many times. So to prevent that from happening, we're going to do this. We're gonna do an import Prisma client. That's gonna be coming from Prisma client, and all we gotta do is a declare global brackets, new var, Prisma, and we go to Prisma client or undefined, right? And down here we're gonna do a cons client is equal to global this dot Prisma new Prisma client, like that. And this is all inside of the docs. We could have probably just copied over and pasted it, but we're gonna do if process dot env dot node underscore env is not equal to production global this dot Prisma is equal to client, right? And all we're gonna do now is just export default client. So we're gonna do export default client. All right, cool. So that's our Prisma file. So we shouldn't have to open this up the rest of this project. So now here inside of our API route, so we can switch this up a bit. Instead of us calling Prisma like that, we're going to just go ahead and import Prisma from our lib. So let's go ahead and under this, we're going to, so we can actually remove Prisma client now. We're not going to need it. So we're just going to go ahead and import Prisma from at lib slash Prisma DB. And now we can get rid of this. And we're getting some errors for TypeScript. So instead of export default NextAuth, we're going to export cons. I'm going to change this up just a bit. We're going to export cons auth options. And that's going to equal auth options. We didn't install this yet. So up here, we're importing NextAuth. We're actually going to do a comma. We also want to import auth options as well. All right. And since we're doing a cons, we got to make sure we add this equal here. So I'm going to do equal and that. Okay. And so we got 2 TypeScript errors here. To get rid of these, only thing we have to do is do as string for our Google client secret. And we're also going to do an as string for this as well. All right. And if we want, we can add GitHub provider as well, but we're not going to add GitHub. We're just going to do Google. I'm going to have the buttons for GitHub and Facebook, but they're not going to be working buttons. They're just going to be for show. We're just going to add Google in this project. So underneath here, we're going to have, so underneath this array right here, I have a debug. And we do a process .env .node underscore env triple equal to development. Right. And since we did that, we got to make sure we add a comma because we're going to add something else. We're going to have a secret. And this is going to be process .env .nextAuth secret. Next, we didn't create this yet. NextAuth underscore secret. All right. So that's that. And then underneath here, we're going to do a cons handler. And that's going to equal to NextAuth. And then auth options. Dude, this new keyboard I really don't like. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna do another export. We're gonna export handler as get, and then also handler as post, like that. All right, so that is our API route for NextAuth. We might have to come back in here, not sure yet, but that's it for now. So now it's time to actually do our Prisma schema. And to do that, what we're going to do is let's head back over to his file here. And let's see if it generated us a Prisma folder. So it didn't generate us a Prisma folder. All right, so we're just going to create our own Prisma schema folder. There's a command that you can use to just generate one, but I kind of forgot it. So head over to your root, and we're going to do Prisma. And then in here, we're going to have a schema.prisma. So schema.prisma. Alright, so now we're going to copy over this schema here that they have for us, and we're just going to change it up just a bit. So we're not using the shadow DOM or shadow database, so we can actually get rid of this. All of that. So we're using MongoDB. We're not using SQL, so we're gonna get errors because with MongoDB, if you're doing the ID tag, you have to do @map parentheses, you can do quotes, and you gotta do actually you gotta do underscore ID like that, and that'll get rid of that error. So for each ID tag, we have to do that. Trying to open up the schema on my other monitor. All right, so our .env file is kind of our database URL. We don't got this yet. So generate client. We can actually get rid of this line here. There's preview features. Going to get rid of that. I should keep that. So model account. We're gonna keep all this the same. We just have to do that @map thing we did down here because we're using MongoDB. Just going to copy that and paste it here. DB text. So instead of when you're using MongoDB, instead of DB text, we got to do DB string. So DB string. I'm going to change this to DB string, and then also DB string like that. All right. So change this to @map. Down here for the verification token, is airing out the whole thing. To fix that, with MongoDB, each model has to have an ID. So we're going to copy this up here. I'm going to make it have an ID like that, and that should get rid of that error. And we're going to add our own model in. So that's for our account. So that's for us logging in and out. We want to keep all of this. I've seen some people, they don't keep all of this. I mean, I keep it all. I mean, why not? We'll do model blog. And in here, we're going to have an ID. So it's going to copy over this ID. Paste it here. And then we also have created at. And that's going to be a date, time, and at default it's going to be now, right? And then we're also going to have a title, and that's going to be a string. We're also going to have a description. I'm going to do DESC. That's going to be a string. I have an image. That's going to be a string. But we're going to do a question mark because it might not be a string. Do category, and that's going to be a string. I'll do a user email, and that's going to be a string. And we're also going to have featured. That's going to be Boolean. But we also have a default for that, and a default is going to be false. All right, and then also top post. That's going to be a Boolean as well, and also same thing, default, and it's going to be false. And then last but not least, we're going to tie this blog into our user, so that way we can grab specific user blog posts, and we can also, you know, show the users their own blog posts. So to do that, we're going to do user. It's going to be user. We want to add a relation, and we're going to add the fields in here. So fields is going to be, you can do either user email, you can do user ID, user name. We're going to do user email. And then we also need a reference. So we're going to do comma, references, and that's just going to be email. All right. We are getting an error here. Oh, I just had to save. All right, so that is our schema. Before we do a Prisma generate, because that's what we're gonna have to run, we're actually going to make our MongoDB database. So let's head over to MongoDB Atlas. MongoDB Atlas. And you want to create an account. All right, so after you create an account, you want to go ahead and click on new project. I'm just going to go ahead and create another one. And for the project name, I'm just going to name it Explore. You can name it whatever you want. For the project owner, you get yourself, create project. All right, and now once your project is created, you want to head over to database, head down to built database, and we're going to be using free. Everything else can stay the same, your region, cluster, everything by default. You can change the name of cluster if you want. I'm just going to keep mine that. And then create. All right, so here's the important part. For your username, I just want to create your username. Just name mine Antonio. And you obviously don't want this password because we're going to need this password. But I mean, if you want to save this, you can. I'm just going to use an easier password for this practice project. Do admin like that. And I'm going to go ahead and click on create user, and we'll be using my local environment. All right, so for the IP address, we're going to do 0.0.0.0, and we're going to go ahead and add entry, and click on finish and close, and then go to overview. And then now we're going to go ahead and click on connect, click on drivers. We don't need to install MongoDB because we're using Prisma. So we're going to copy over this code here, and we can close out of this. Still keep your MongoDB Atlas open. We can actually close out of NextAuth as well. And then head over back to your project, and we're going to make a .env file inside of the root. We're going to do .env. And then here is where our database, your underscore URL is going to go. All right. And instead of password here, we actually got to put in our password. So my password was admin. And you also want to put something right after this this slash here. So .net slash and then question mark. It's right in between this slash and question mark. We're going to just put blog like that. Let's go ahead and save that. All right. And I already got my server started. I'm actually going to close my server, and I'm going to do a npx prisma generate. All right, cool. And now I'm going to go ahead and start my server. And head back over. Let's go to localhost 3000. All right, to run our site. So once you get over to localhost 3000, you want to do, we're going to go to localhost 3000 / API / auth / sign in. So we're hitting this route right here that we made. And if we go there, we should see a Google sign-in button. But we're going to make our own sign-in form. But for now, we're going to be using this one just so we can get our database, Prisma, and NextAuth all connected. So once you click on this, as you can see, we're getting an error. That's because we don't have our Google credentials for us to sign in with Google right now. All right, so head over to Google, and we're going to type in Google Dev Console. And make sure you sign in with your Google account. And I'm just going to create another one. Actually, so you want to click on create project, and once you click on this, it's just going to put in your project name. You don't need to do any organization. I already made one here just now. So once you go to it, you just want to click on, so it's going to appear under your notifications. You're just going to click on select project. So I'm going to select project. And now I'm going to go under API and services. And make sure you click on credentials. All right. And under credentials, we're going to go to create credentials. I'm going to create an OAuth client ID. And before we do that, we got to configure our consent screen. And make sure you do external. For the app name, it's going to name it Explore X. Support email, just be the email you created your Google account with. For our home page, I'm just going to do localhost 3000. Privacy policy, I'm going to do privacy policy / pp. Terms of services, I'm going to do localhost 3000 / TOF. For authorized domains, I don't think we have to do that. And then for our email address, just gonna put the email that we created our Google account with. All right, and click on save and continue. We don't need to add or remove scope, so we can save and continue. We don't need to add any users, save and continue. All right, and our all screen. So now we can click on back to dashboard, and we click on publish app and confirm. Okay, and now we're going to go into credentials again. And now once we click on create credentials, OAuth client ID, now we're presented with this screen. So application type is going to be web application. We got a web client. Our authorized JavaScript origins is going to be just localhost 3000. And this one is super important. So everything I just did, but you could have just put anything, but this one is really important. For the authorized redirect URLs, we're going to do localhost 3000 / API / auth / callback / Google, like that, and click on add. Oh, you don't have to click that. And now click on create. So it's going to give it a second to create, and now we got access to our client ID and your client secret, and it's enabled. So head over to your .env file. Let's go ahead and copy the client ID first. All right, so right underneath this database, I'm going to do Google _ client _ ID, and this was not going to be in quotes. So we're going to do that. And now we need our Google client secret. So Google _ client _ secret. And that's going to be the secret key here. I'm going to copy that and paste that. And let's give that a quick save. And let's see if this is working. So now it's going to refresh our server. Let's go back to localhost 3000 / API / auth / sign in. All right. So now once we click on this, now we have Google sign in. So let's go and click on, let's try to sign in with our Google account. And let's give it a second. And now we're signed in because it took us back to home. But let's make sure that everything's getting tracked inside of our database. So head back over to your MongoDB, click on database, click on browse collections, and perfect. We got our account. So we got one account and the ID is this weird ID. We got a user ID, type is OAuth, provider is Google. We got provider account, just a bunch of this security stuff, access token. We got our session, but the most important part is our user, because we're going to be using this user. So our user, each user has a own unique ID. You got a name, we got our email address, and we also got our image from Google that we're going to be using as well. So yeah, that's perfect. So now instead of using this sign up form from NextAuth, we're actually going to create our own sign up form. So let's go ahead and do that. Start that process now. All right, so before we start our authentication form, let's go ahead and sign out. So we're going to, we don't have a sign out button right now. We're just going to do a localhost 3000 slash API slash auth slash sign out. All right, and now we got the sign out. So now we're currently signed out. Perfect. Okay, so under auth, inside of the auth folder, we're going to create another folder. So make sure you're clicked on auth. And this folder is going to be called access. Right? And then inside of this access, we're going to have a page .tsx. Okay. So now under our localhost 3000, we can go to /access. Actually, we probably get a 404 because we didn't export it. I'm going to export it. Click on save. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is going to be a client component. We're going to use client, and we're going to do some imports. We're going to import useState from React. We're also going to import useEffect as well. We're also going to import sign-in from NextAuth /React, and also use session. Well, I'm going to import use router. So there's two of them. You want to make sure you're using next navigation. And then we're also going to import image from Next.js and also link from Next.js. Perfect. All right. I'm gonna change this to we got our page. Perfect. All right, so under here we're going to do a con session, and that's going to equal use session. Then we're also going to do a cons router, and that's going to equal use router. Now we have access to these. We're also going to set some state as well. We're going to do cons is loading, and then set is loading, and the default is going to be false. Use state false. All right, cool. So first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to do a use effect, and we're just going to check to see if the status is already authenticated. If it is, we're going to do a router.push, and we're going to push home because we don't want, I mean, if you're already authenticated, we don't want you on this page. So we're going to do a use effect. And we're going to do if our session dot status equals to authenticated. We can console.log authenticated. I probably spelled that wrong. And then we also want to do a router.push, and we're going to push home page like that. All right, and we do need our dependency array. We're just going to be looking out for changes on our session.status and also our router as well. We're getting an error because session, we're going to do a question mark because it's optional. We're also going to do a question mark there as well. Oh, all right, my apologies. We got to put this inside. We got to make our dependency array. All right, and let's go ahead and save, and let's see if this error goes away. So we're getting another error. Use session must be wrapped in session provider. Okay, so we have to wrap our whole application up with this session provider. But if we just import, let's head over to our layout. So we just import session provider directly in here and wrap our application up, it's going to cause some problems. So to do that, the correct way to do it is inside of our root, we're going to make another folder, and this will be called contacts. All right, and inside of this context, we're gonna have a file. It's gonna call auth context.ts. You could do tsx, right? And inside of this auth context, we're gonna make this a use client, and then we're gonna import session provider from NextAuth and React, and then we're gonna export interface auth context props. In here, we're just gonna define the types of the children. It's going to be a React node. All right, and then now I'm gonna do a export default function. It's gonna be auth context, and in here have our children for the props. Go ahead and comma that. Actually, we don't need a comma there. And let's go ahead and add this interface to these props. I'm gonna do auth contact props. And let's go ahead and do our return statement. And return, all we're gonna do is return session provider, and inside it's gonna be our children. All right, and that is it. So let's go ahead and close out of that, and then head back over to our layout, and let's go ahead and import it here from context. And now let's wrap our whole application up with this auth contacts. Nice. All right, and let's see if this error goes away now. Perfect. All right, nice. So the error went away. So let's head back over to auth access page, and let's go ahead and finish this out. So underneath this use effect, so this use effect is basically we're checking to see if we're already authenticated. If we are, we're going to console log authenticated, and then we're going to do a router.push, and it's going to push us back to home if we're already authenticated. So now let's go ahead and we're going to do cons social action, and we're going to take in an action which is going to be a string. And first thing we're going to do is set is loading to true. All right, and then we're going to take the sign in that we got from NextAuth /React. So sign in, taking the action, and also we don't want it to redirect, so we're going to do redirect false. All right, and then after that we're going to do a dot then, do a callback. So if our callback dot error, all we want to do is return. And the reason why we're erroring out, because I'm just going to do a question mark there. And then down here, if our callback is okay, dot okay, we want to just router dot push home. Right, so basically this is basically saying if our sign in is okay, we're gonna push home, and if it's not, we're just gonna return. All right, so call back okay, and then we're also gonna need a finally, so we're gonna do that finally all we're gonna do is we're gonna set load into false. All right, perfect. All right, nice. Now let's go ahead and write some JSX. So underneath here, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have a div, and it's gonna have a class name of my24. On small screens and up, we have an mx of auto. Small screens and up, we have a max width of 4XL, and then also a px5. All right, let's take a quick look. Perfect. And now we're gonna do a div inside here. And this is gonna have a class name of BG white. Shadow. Small screens and up, it's gonna have a rounded LG. Display flex, gap of 5, justify between, a height of 96, and then overflow hidden. Take a look. Should see now it's nice and white there. Alright, and then in here, I have another div. And it's gonna have a class name of margin top 6, flex, gap of 2, a flex cowl, justify center, item center, and then an MX of auto as well. Alright. And now we can start writing our content inside here. So we're gonna have a link. And this link is going to have a href, and it's going to basically just send us home if we click on it. And it's also going to have a class name of just margin bottom 5. And inside of this link, we have a h1. This is just going to be our logo. So we're going to have a class of text 3XL, a font of extra bold, and then a text secondary. All right. And I have Explorer. And then right under this Explorer, we want to span. Sorry, hold on. Right under this Explorer, we're gonna have a span, and it's gonna have the letter X. And for this letter X, we're just gonna have a text of primary. Want to save that? Nice, perfect. All right. H1. All right, so we got our link. So right underneath this link, we have a span, and this is just going to have a class name of text small. And in here, it's going to say login or sign up with the links below. All right, good look. Perfect. Alright, so underneath this span, this is where we're going to have our Google login button, our Facebook login button, and our GitHub login button. But we actually use a package for this, and it's called React Social Login Button. So let's go ahead and install this package now. I'm going to close the server. So I'm going to do an npm I react social login buttons. Give that a second to load. And now, if we did it correctly, go up here and now we can go ahead and import Facebook login button. And we can do a comma. We can do GitHub login button, comma, and then we also going to do a Google login button. All right, I'm going to save that. All right, so down here, right underneath this span is where we're going to have our first one, and the only one that's going to work. It's so easy to add GitHub. I'm sure you guys can watch like a video on it. It's really easy. Facebook is the one that's really kind of complicated. I did it in one of my projects, and it takes the longest, in my opinion, to get Facebook running. All right, so we got Google login button. Let's take a look. Oh, we got to start our server back. Main PM run dev. So we got our button there. All right, and we're actually going to have an on click on this button, and the on click is going to be just going to return our social action Google, like that. All right, now let's go ahead and put our rest of them here. So we're going to do Facebook login button, and then GitHub login button. Perfect. Take a look. I don't know why my computer's going so slow. Let's refresh. All right, perfect. They're all there. All right, and we want to add a little image on the side. So make sure you guys download this image from the GitHub. But before we do that, let's actually test this out, make sure this is working. So once we click on this, hopefully it takes us to Google. Sign in. It doesn't. Oh, okay. So it signed us in because we already have an account. So let's actually remove this inside of our database just to make sure this is working. So remove the account, remove the user, delete, and we can also remove the session as well. All right, so now let's go back to /access and let's see if this is working now. Click. Okay, so it signed us right back in. I wonder if it saved our, let's see if it shows the account now. Okay, so see, it shows the account back. So what it did, we just got to clear our cache, I believe. Let's see. Let's remove this. I'm gonna remove everything again. Remove. And then we're gonna remove this. All right, so removed everything. Let's go ahead and click on inspect. And then head over to application. And then we're gonna go under, I believe it's local storage. And then here, yeah, I don't think it's that. Hold on. Okay, so let's remove this NextAuth message. Let's remove this alley support, cart store and stuff. That's all from my e-commerce site. It's crazy that's still there. And we can also remove this clerk. That's from my e-commerce site as well. All right, so now let's go ahead and try it now. Go access. Make sure we don't get routed back to home. So that means we're not currently logged in if it doesn't push us back to home. Click on login with GitHub. Okay, so it signed us right back in. I wonder why it's doing that. All right, well, we know it's working because now we got our account back and our user. All right, so what I'm thinking is maybe since I only have one Google account on this browser, it's just automatically signing me in. So, I mean, it's working. Let's go ahead and log out. So let's make sure this is working. So head back over to access. And now you can see we routed back to home because we're already signed in. So let's go ahead and sign out. So go to API auth/sign out. That way we can finish styling up this page. All right, so let's go ahead and add our image back. All right, so once you download the image, it should be this one here, just access JPG. So go ahead and download that and head back over to the component. And now right underneath this div here, we're gonna have an image tag from Next.js. And the source is going to be /assets/access.jpg. The height is going to be 500. The width is going to be 500. And the alt is going to be, you can do sign up form image. And then class name, we're gonna do object cover. And then on large screens, we want it to actually be hidden. Actually, we want it to be a block, sorry. And then hidden on smaller screens. All right, let's take a look. And perfect. And we got our image there. And that is our sign up form. All right, so let's go ahead and log back in. Should take us right to home because we're logged in now. And now let's go ahead and start with our Navbar. But before we do that, we're actually going to create 2 actions to retrieve the users, the current user, and we're also going to create another action as well to retrieve the session of that user. So inside of the root, actually inside of app, we're going to create a folder. Click on app, create a folder in here, and this one's going to be called actions. All right. Let me just open it up on my other monitor. And the first one we're going to do is get current user.ts. And we're going to create another one. Let's do get sessions.ts. And since we're here, we might as well make the third one, but we're not going to use it yet. This was going to be blog actions.ts. All right. So let's start with the get sessions one actually, because we're going to need the get sessions inside of our get current user one. So this one's pretty small. I'm going to do an import get server session. That's coming from NextAuth. And then we also going to import auth options. So be careful here. So there's 2 auth options. You want to make sure you choose the one with the lowercase a, not the one with the uppercase a. And that's going to be coming from our API route that we made for NextAuth. And then we're going to do an export default async function. It's going to be get session. Not get server session. I'm going to do get session like that. And we're going to do return await get server session, and that's going to take in our auth options like that. All right, so that's it for our get session one. So let's go and close out of that. Let's go ahead and do get current user, and this is basically just going to grab our current user so that way we can send over the data to our navbar and all of our other components. So for this one, we're going to do import. I'm going to get server session. That's coming from NextAuth. And then we're also going to import our auth options as well. And then we also need Prisma. And that's going to be coming from our lib folder. Don't tell me this isn't working right now. Prisma DB. Oh, I forgot the from. That's why. I was wondering why that. Sometimes that thing is a little bit buggy for me. The import alias. So we're going to export async function get session. So I thought we would use that the get session one in here, but I don't think we did. I think we used it in another one. I'm gonna return await get server session auth options. All right, perfect. And then down here, I'm gonna export default async. And this is going to be get current user. And do a try catch. So we're gonna do try. And in this try, we're gonna do a const session. That's going to equal await get session. All right. Then underneath here, so if session.user.email, we're just going to return null. All All right, and I'm getting some errors here. There's got to be a question mark, and I spelled email wrong. All right, so we're just gonna return null, and now we're gonna make our current user. So const current user, it's gonna equal await Prisma.user.find unique. So once you use Prisma, you get access to all of this stuff. So Prisma.user, and then you click dot, you get access to all of this stuff. The ones that I know is I find many that basically finds them all. We got delete, you got create. I haven't used some of these, like I don't know what find unique or throw. Find for, I never used those ones. Group by, I used that before. Never used upsert, but yeah, you get access to all of this stuff here. Going to find unique. Do parentheses, then we're gonna do brackets, and we got to tell it where to find it. So you get where. So we wanted to find an email at the email. That's going to be our session.user.email. We're gonna make sure this is a string. All right. For underneath here, we're gonna have a, so if it's not our current user, we're just gonna return null. All right. A little bit of error handling here. All right, so right underneath this where we return null, so make sure you're right after the try. We're gonna have a catch, and we're just gonna catch an error, and we're gonna return null. If you want, you can just find the type and do any there. All right, so that is our get current user. So now let's head over to our layout where we're actually about to use this get current user, see it in action. So underneath auth contacts, I'm gonna go ahead and import get current user, and down here underneath before our return statement, we're going to do a const user, and that's going to equal await get current user. All right, so since we're using await, we have to turn this function into async. So right after this, we're gonna make this async. All right, now we got access to this get current user. Yeah, make sure we make that, put parentheses there. All right, so now we can send over users to our navbar. So we're gonna do user equal user. All right, we will get an error because we're not accepting this prop inside of our nav yet. So let's head over to our navbar component. First thing first, we're gonna take in the prop. All right, and there's a few more imports. this thing is so different. Let's go ahead and get rid of that TypeScript error now. So do interface navbar props. It's gonna be user, it's gonna equal user, and that's gonna be coming from Prisma client. Okay, and normally you would probably just do something like this, equals navbar props, but that won't work. Trust me, it's gonna cause some errors. To fix that, we're just gonna do react.fc, and then do navbar props here like that. All right, perfect. All right, and let's make sure, see what the difference is here. All right, so we are going to make a few more imports. We're going to import use router. That's going to be coming from next navigation. We're also going to import sign out, and that's going to be coming from NextAuth React. And then last but not least, we're going to import the image tag from Next. All right, make some space here. All right, so let's go ahead and scroll down, and we want, let's go ahead and wait till this refresh. The error navbar is not defined. What? Oh, got the R there. All right. So once we signed in, because right now we're currently signed in, okay? We don't want to show login and sign up buttons. So down here underneath our UL, so underneath here, we want to dynamically render these buttons to only show when we're not signed in. So let's go ahead and just highlight them and put a bracket, and then we're gonna do, so if we're not a user, do and make sure you do parentheses like this, and let's go and click save, and hopefully they disappear. Are we signed in? It's still showing even though we're signed in. And to fix that, so it took a little bit of debugging. After this, after we did this little error check, so if it's not current user, we return null. So after that, we're just gonna do another return, and we forgot we have to return our current user like that. And let's click on save. As you can see, now it disappears because we're returning our current user with a spread operator. So that's good. So let's head back over to our navbar. And so we only want to render these buttons when we're not signed in. So we're currently signed in, so they're not there. And now we want to render out some stuff when we are signed in. So let's do brackets. We're gonna do user and now we can write some JSX. So we want a div. Have a class name of flex, gap of 5, item center, a flex of 1, and a justify end. And also on max MD, we want it to be hidden. All right. And here we're gonna have a h1. It's gonna be our user dot name. Like that. Let's see how that looks. There we go. Then we got my name there, Antonio Rogers. And underneath that, we're gonna have our image. So that's gonna be the image that's tied into our social that we signed in with. So if we sign in with GitHub, it's gonna show our GitHub image. If we sign in with Facebook, it's show our Facebook, and same with Google. So this to do this, we're gonna do user, and then we're gonna do user.image. And then we gotta make sure we do edge string. And we want the width to be 50, the height to be 50, and it's also gonna have a class name of rounded full, a border of 4. Our border color is gonna be primary, and then we also want cursor pointer on it as well. And then our alt. We're gonna do brackets, we're gonna do backticks. It's gonna be image of our user name, right? And then we also gonna have an on click to we don't have this on click yet, so but for now it's going to just add it, and then we'll just return null like this, like that. But we're going to add an on click to that here in a second. Let's go ahead and save that, and we should get an error. See? So invalid source prop, it's because we have to head over to our next config, and we got to add this domain in. So it's LH3. What I like doing, I just copy. Actually, we can just copy this right here. Copy this domain. And then here, we're gonna do a comma and paste that domain in there. So whenever you mess with this config, it's gonna knock you out. You gotta close out the server and go back. So let's go and do an npm run dev. Refresh. And then hopefully we can see our image. While that's loading, let's head back over to our navbar. All right. Wait a second to load. All right, perfect. You can see our image. Once it loads, there we go. So we got the image from my, as you can see on that, or the browser, that's my image, that A. All right. So now we also want access to our user menu. So once we click this, I want a menu to show where we can create posts. We can delete and edit our posts. Well, we can't edit. We're just going to be able to delete it. So we can create posts. We're going to have our user dashboard, and we also going to have the option to sign out as well. So to do that, we actually got to set some state. So let's go and do a const open user menu, and then set open user menu. And by default, it's going to be false. State, oh, I put user state, use state, and it's going to be false. All right. So down here, now for this on click, we can just do a set open user menu, and it's going to toggle our open user menu. Okay, so it's basically every time we click it, it's going to go true, false, like just keep going. So make sure you don't put false there or put true, because once you click it, it's just going to be true. You won't be able to make it false. So make sure you put it like this, the way it can toggle it. All right, so right after this, where we're rendering out our image and our name, we're going to do some more brackets, and we're going to do if open user menu, and then here we're going to write some JSX. We're going to have a UL, and this is going to have a class name of Z10, absolute, a right of 12, a top of 70 pixels, a width of 48, a BG of white, a shadow MD, a rounded MD, and then a padding of 4. I'm gonna save that. Let's see if we see anything. So once we click, as you can see, it's showing like the menu there, but we don't have any content in it. All right, so let's go ahead and put some content. We have a link tag, the first one, and href, it's going to be /create. We didn't create this yet, but we also gonna have an on click to this. So whenever we click on it, we want to set the open user menu to false, because if we don't add that there, once we click on the link and it takes us to that page, whenever we get on the page, user menu is still going to be true. So we wanted to set it to false. Once we click on the link, so in this we're gonna have a li, and it's going to be create a post. Now we got create a post. Nice. All right, next one, we can just go ahead and copy this link, and I'm gonna paste it again. The next one's gonna take us to user post, like that, and instead of create a post, it's gonna say my post. All right, and then last but not least, this next one, we're actually not gonna have an href for this. We're just gonna have an on click, and on click is just going to be sign out. All right, sign out. But if we just keep it like that, so let's go ahead and save it. Click on it. Build. So I guess it does need. Okay, so let's remove the link and just add the on click on the li itself, like that. and remove the link for this one. All right. And so we keep it like that. As you can see, once we hover over it, we don't have that cursor pointer because it's not a link. So let's go ahead and add that. We have a class name of just cursor pointer, like that. All right, perfect. We got create a post, my post, and that. Oh, I forgot to change this to sign out. All right, and now once we click on that, go and sign out. Now we're back to the home screen, and we're currently signed out. We got our login and sign in button. So let's go ahead and add some functionality to those buttons, so that way we don't got to keep typing in access on our browser. So up here, I got on click. Where are we at? So this is login button. So here we're gonna have a link around these. Actually, we can just do a router.push. So on click, let's do router.push. Router.push. Okay, the whole reason why it's uppercasing because we up here we got to make sure we create it. So underneath this use state, we can do const router equal use router, like that. All right, let's head back down. Now we should be able to use it. So router.push, and we're gonna push our access page like that. All right, and make sure you put a slash in front of it. And same with the sign up, because you can sign up and you can sign in with this link. I didn't want to make it too complicated. All right, perfect. And now once we click, now we're to our sign up page, and then we can log in with our Google. Now we're back to home, and we have our user, we have access to our user menu. Perfect. So now I think it's actually time to create our page to where we can create a post. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so before we start our create a post page, we're actually going to update and add some of our UI components. We're going to update some of the old ones. So we're going to update button, and I believe we have to update tag as well. Not sure yet. So under button, let's go ahead and update this one. We're going to import CLSX, and it's going to come from CLSX. I'm going to add some more button props. So we're going to add an action. We'll make it optional, and it's going to be Boolean. And then we're also going to add a type as well. And that's going to be optional. We're going to do button or submit or reset. All right, and let's go ahead and add these to our props. So we got aria, action, and type. Perfect. All right, and down here on our button, we're gonna do type equals type. And all right, we're not going to do action equals action. We're actually going to render out a different styling if action is true. So to do that, what I'm going to do is we can actually just cut this. So just control, just cut it. So just make sure you save it. I don't think I saved it. All right, and then for the class name, we're going to do brackets. And then we're going to do CLSX parentheses, and then inside here we still want to render out the styling that we just had. So BG primary, PY1, PX4, rounded, just going over it to make sure everything looks correct. But now we can add a comma, and now we can do if it's action, we want to render out some different styling. So you want position absolute, want a top of 5, want a Z of 2, a right of 5, a BG red 600, a PX of 5, a PY of 1, text white, a rounded MD, and also on hover, you want the BG to be red 500. All right, so that's only if action is true. So that's our button one. Our map is going to stay the same. Our overlay is going to stay the same. Route should stay the same. Tag, let me see if there's any changes in this one. So for our tag, we're actually going to come back in here, but not now. We're going to have to remove this array there because from our database, our category, it's not an array. We're just using just a string for it, so it won't be a string of arrays. It's just, I mean, a array of string is just going to be just one string. So, but we're not going to do anything with it now. All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to add a few more inputs. So let's go ahead and create another one. I mean, not a few more UI components. We're going to do a form.tsx. All right, let's go ahead and do this one. This is going to be our form that we're about to use on our creative post page. It's going to be use client, and we're going to import useRef, and we're using Next.js server actions, so that's going to be fun. It's the form event, and we're also going to import React node, which I don't even think we have to import anymore, to be honest. And let's go ahead and do our props. So we're going to do interface, form props, and then our children going to be React node. Our action is going to be form data. It's going to equal to form data, and then we're going to return a promise. And it's going to be void or a boolean. I'm going to do class name, going to be a string, and we're also going to make this optional. Let's put question mark there, and last but not least, we're going to have an on submit. And this is going to be optional as well. And this is going to take an event, which is going to be a form event. And that's the HTML element. HTML form element. And that's going to return void. All right. All right, so we have all our types. So we got our form props, and let's go ahead and create our form now. So we're gonna do a cons form, and let's do our props. Make some space here, and then we scroll down some. So we're gonna take in our children, comma, take in our action, comma, take in a class name, and we also want to take in an on submit. All right, make this capital. All right, and this is going to be, let's make this into our form props, which I thought I named it form props. Okay. All right, that's that, and then after we got to return. And now we're going to return some JSX. So first thing, I'm going to do a const ref, and that's going to equal useRef, and null. All right. And just for TypeScript sake, and this is a HTML form element, HTML form element. All right. We got our actions. Put an S on here by mistake. All right. So after that, now we're gonna do our return, and this is going to be a form. And our action. Let's keep it empty for now. Inside of this form, only thing is just going to be our children. All right. Our form going to take a bunch of stuff. Let me just make some space here. First one is going to be our class name, which is going to be class name. Our on submit. It's going to be on submit. Our ref is going to be ref. And then our action is going to equal to, so it won't equal to action. Our action is going to equal to async. This is something that I just learned recently. I didn't know that I could put an async function inside of like an action like this, or just props in general like this. So we're gonna do form data. Form data, and we're going to return and await action, which is going to take in our form data. And then we also want to reset the form, so we're going to do ref .current .reset that, and we're getting an error because we got to put a question mark on current that. All right, so that is our form component. Oh, we forgot the export default. Let's do export default form. All right, that's our form component. Now we need to do our input component. So still under UI, I'm gonna create another file. It's gonna be input.tsx. All right. And the same thing, we're going to import CLSX, same thing as our button. Let's go ahead and define our props. We'll do interface, input props. The name is going to be a string. We're going to have a type, which is going to be a string. We're going to have a placeholder, which is going to be a string. And we're also going to make this optional because we're actually going to have some inputs that's hidden. It's the whole like little trick with doing server actions. We're going to have a value, and that's going to be string or number or read only string with an array or undefined. All right. And value is going to be optional as well. And then last but not least, we're gonna have a large. Actually, we're not gonna add large because I forgot that I took that out because I just made a text area. So at first I made this input and I kind of made my own little text area with it. So I had the one of the types to be large, and whenever large was true, it showed like the styling for that. I ended up just making a text area inside of the form. And another thing is, I don't think we need to get sessions here. I believe I was using this as well for something else that I ended up taking off the site. So for now, let's go ahead and delete it. We're going to delete get sessions. I don't think we need that. Wait. Oh, okay. Let's make sure. All right. And let's head back over to our input and let's go ahead and do const input. Let's go ahead and take in our props. First is going to be name, type, placeholder, value, and that's it. And let's go ahead and define them to our input props. Input props. Do our return. All right, we're gonna have a fragment, and we're gonna have our input tag, which is going to be self-closing. And this is going to take a bunch of stuff. Class name is going to be text gray 900, a shadow small, a ring 1, a ring inset, a ring gray 300, placeholder, we want the text to be gray 400. On focus, we want a ring 2, and we also want the focus ring to be primary, ring primary. Let me just scroll over. It's a pretty long class name, right? Ring primary. We're also going to do small screens. We want the text to be small. Small screens and up. We're going to do a leading of 6. I'm going to have a border, a width full, a border gray 600 or 200, sorry, a padding of 2, a rounded MD, and then last but not least, a PY of 1.5. Thank God for reusable components. Can you imagine having to retype this for each and every input? Oh man. All right, that's pretty long. All right, so hopefully I didn't forget anything. So we got our class name. We got to take in our name, which is going to equal to name. We're going to have a type, which is going to equal to type. We also need our value as well. It's going to be value, and placeholder is going to be placeholder. And last but not least, we're going to make it required as well. All right, I'm going to save that, and that is our input. And we also need to export default or default input. Nice. All right, so now we can go ahead and create our actual create a post page. So inside of our app, we're getting an error here. Let me see. Let's head over to Navbar and see what this error is about. Okay, we'll go back and fix that. No biggie. Let me see. Yeah, we'll go back and fix that. But for now, let's go ahead under app, and we're gonna create a folder, and this one's going to be called create. All right. And then in this folder, we have a page, TSX. All right. So in the demo, we had our, let's go ahead and create over to, actually, we should be able to just direct it from here. Let's go ahead and export it, and then click save. Now it should pop up. All right, perfect. So in demo, we had a way to drag and drop our images, and we'll be using this thing called EdgeStore. It's a website called EdgeStore. I was watching a video and it just popped up, and I ended up really liking it. There's like no videos about it or anything. I honestly think I'm probably the first one to ever use it in a full stack project like this, but it's really cool. I mean, I like it. And it's free. There you could pay for a plan for like bigger storage, but 1.5 gigabyte with images is a lot. Like you could save probably like 1,000 images with this. So I highly recommend using this. So let's go ahead and sign up. You can go ahead and log in with your GitHub, So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so once you sign in, you just want to already got, see, for this is a good example here. So this is the one that I made for the completed project. And you see we got only 39 files and only 13.3 megabytes. So this is more than enough in my opinion. And their docs is pretty good as well. There was some issues with the stuff, but I ended up fixing it on my for myself. And I'm gonna show you guys that here in a second. So let's go ahead and click on new project. Oh, project. Okay, so you guys, guess you gotta upgrade your account to use the new projects, which, okay. So you only can have one project. So what I'm going to do is, I guess I could just probably just use this one. So you just want to create a project and let's see, where do we connect it at? Oh, project keys. Okay, so just make sure you create it, and then you're going to have these, your EdgeStore access key and also your EdgeStore secret key. So once you do that, that's all you really need to get everything set up. And then we're going to head over to our .env. And let's go ahead and paste it in here. Not sure why that one is. The project keys. Okay, my bad. You're supposed to show the eye. Let me click on the eye icon, and now we're gonna paste. All right, perfect. So we got our EdgeStore access key and our EdgeStore secret key. So let's head over to our page. All right, and what we're gonna do here is we're gonna import get current user, and we're also going to import actually we're not going to import that yet. Let's go ahead and do const user, and that's going to equal to await get current user. So if we're using await, we got to make this an async function. So async. Okay, and now we want to render out our create form. Okay, so we didn't create this yet, but we're going to do create form, and we want to send this our user. All right, and let's go ahead and create that now. So under components, under shared, create our create form .tsx. Go ahead and do that, and then inside of our page, it's going to import it now. Import create form. All right, perfect. Now let's go take a look. You can keep EdgeStore open because we're going to be needing some stuff in here. We still got to finish setting everything up as well and installing it. I didn't skip so many steps. We didn't even npm install it or anything. All right, so we got our create form. Let's go ahead and finish installing EdgeStore because we're going to need a component in here. So let's go ahead and copy that. Get back into our project. Paste that in there. Let that install. So we already did step number 2. All right, and scroll down. Now we got to make a file inside of our API. So I'm gonna make another API folder. So this is our auth. So we don't want it in there because this is where all our auth are at. Is that? So we actually want another API folder. And this one's is going to have API/EdgeStore. So create another folder in here, and it's going to be called EdgeStore. And then it says do the spread operator and then a route. So EdgeStore, another folder, brackets, EdgeStore. And then in this one, it's going to be a route. route.ts. All right, perfect. And then we just gotta copy this. We don't gotta make any changes to this. All right, cool. All right, so we got that. And now scrolling down, we gotta make a file inside of our lib folder. So let me just close out this. And let's copy this here. So inside of our lib, we have another file, and it's gonna be called EdgeStore.ts. And paste that in there. And now we gotta wrap our component. So head over to our layout. That's gonna import that. Import. I think it's, what is it? Use EdgeStore or EdgeStore provider, sorry. EdgeStore provider. And we just want to wrap our component in it. Just make sure that it's inside of our auth content. So do EdgeStore provider. That. All right, perfect. Make sure we don't have any errors. We don't even have our server running anyway. And that's it for now. We don't even need this because we're going to be using this component here. So if we go into components and go to image, we're going to be using this drag and drop thing here. I ran into some issues with it. I just changed up the styling and stuff, and changed up the code a little bit, but we're going to make it work. All right, so for now we can close out of this and then close out of that one and just open up your dashboard. Yours should be empty. Mine has files in it because I'm using the same one as the completed one. And let's go ahead and start our server back. npm run dev. And then we're gonna head down to our components, share, create form. And let's go ahead and start this. All right, so first thing, we're gonna do a use client because it's gonna be a client component, and we're gonna import our form from our UI. Make some space here. Let's go a bunch of imports. We're also gonna import our input from UI, and then we're gonna import our use EdgeStore, and that's coming from the lib EdgeStore. And then we're going to import use effect and use state. Use effect and use state from React. We're going to import a button from our UI. And for now, that's it. We're going to have a little bit more imports, but for now, that's it. Now afterwards, we're going to do a cons. Actually, make some space here. Bring this up. All right, so inside of this, our create form component, first thing off the rip, we got to take in our user. All right, and we're going to set some state. So we're going to do a cons file, and then set file, and that's just going to equal use state. And it's going to have nothing in it, but we got to make sure we do our TypeScript stuff. Make that a file like that. And then we're going to do a cons EdgeStore. And that's going to equal use EdgeStore. All right. Like that. And now we're going to need our image path. We're going to do a cons image path, and then set image path, and that's going to equal use state. Default is just going to be empty. All right, so let's go ahead and do our upload image handler. So we head over to the docs on EdgeStore. It shows you how to do it down here. So as you can see, we're gonna do something like this. So just const res upload public files. So we can actually copy this here. All right, so let's do a const upload image handler. This took so long to get it to work that work the way that I wanted it to work. So we're gonna return async. We're gonna do it. So we're just gonna paste that in there. All right, but we are gonna switch it up a bit. It's actually gonna switch up a lot. So we're gonna do an if file. Then we want to run this function here. Paste that in there. So with file, we're gonna wait EdgeStore public files upload, and it's gonna upload our file. We don't want this on change. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that as well. So file, and then after it, we're also going to set our image path to our res.url. Okay. Cool. And now it's going to run a use effect. And then we're going to do if file. We're just going to run our upload image handler function. And then we're going to, our dependency array, we're just going to look for any changes inside of our file. All right. Make sure I did that right. Yep. Perfect. All right. Let's make sure we don't have any errors. We're going to refresh. Taking a while to refresh. But while that's refreshing, we can go ahead and write some JSX. So let's start off with a div. This div is going to have a class name of margin top 8, mx of auto, width of full, a max width of 3xl, and a px of 4. Inside this div, we have another div. My computer's going slow. And it's going to have a class name of bg white, a py of 8, shadow, a rounded lg, and a px of 10. I'm going to save that. All right, we shouldn't see anything. Oh, we do. We see our form right there, or the background for our form. And then we have an h1 in here, and this one's just going to have a class name of text center, a text 2xl, a font of extra bold, and a margin bottom of 10. And this is just going to say create a post. Okay, and go ahead and copy over this emoji here. Nice. All right, cool. So we don't want this form to be rendered out if you're not a user. So we're gonna put something on this h1 that shows. So if we're not a user, we're gonna render out a div. This div is gonna have a class name of text center, text xl, a font of extra bold, and uppercase. And it's just going to say have a h. I meant to say h1. Sorry. Or we just do h2. And it's going to say please sign up or log in to create a post. Take a look. Oh, okay. We're doing a ternary operator, so we need our else. So else we could just return all for now. Just want to so that way we can see the changes. refresh. Okay, so we are a user, so we won't see it, which is good. All right, because we're signed in. So now let's go ahead and write more stuff. So we're gonna have fragment, and then here at the top is where we're gonna have our single image drop zone. So we head over to the docs and then head over to image. They have this single image drop zone here that we want to use. Let's go ahead and install that. So let's go, you gotta install this package. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, and then we gotta copy over this component here, and we're gonna put this inside of our UI. We're gonna do single image drop zone.tsx, and I'm just gonna go ahead and paste that in there. Okay, and then click on save. And now let's head back. Let's go ahead and start our server back. All right, and then head back up to our create form, and we're going to import it here inside of this fragment. So single image drop zone. All right, so if you refresh, you should see the drag and drop component. We're going to change the color of this hover button here in a second, but I say we go ahead and create our server action for our form, because right underneath here we're going to have our form component. So let's go ahead and knock that out. And I also think we should do our types as well. And there's a few things we have to do in the mobile menu, but I might save that for last, because we forgot to change up some stuff in this as well. So let's go ahead and under actions, log actions, this is where we're going to have our server actions. So we're going to do use server, and we're going to import Prisma. That's going to come from @lib @/lib/prismadb, and then we also going to import revalidate path, and that's coming from next cache. All right, and let's do our export. We're going to do the create one first, create post, and we're also going to do a delete one, all in one file. So we're going to do export async function create post, and we're going to take in our form data. All right, and in here we're going to grab all of our inputs that we're going to have. So first one we're going to have is our title. That's going to equal form data. So once you press the dot, we should get access to autocomplete. So form data, we got a pin, we got delete, for each, keys, and we're going to do .get, and we're going to get the input with the title, with the name title, and it's going to be a string. All right, and what I'm going to do is just copy this and just switch up. We're going to copy it 1 2 3 4 more times, 1 2 3 4, and just switch everything up. So this next one is going to be description, so we're going to do DESC, and the title, the name for this is going to be description. Third one's going to be category. We're just going to do cat, and we're going to grab the category. The fourth one is going to be user email. Going to be email. And last but not least, we want our image. We're going to do image, and then this is going to be image. All right. So now in here we can do Prisma create. So we're going to do await Prisma dot log dot create, and we gotta give it data. We're gonna do image. It's going to be our image, comma. Our title is going to be title. DESC, which is description, going to be DESC. And our category is going to be cat. And last but not least, our user email is going to be user email. All right. So after all of that, we got to make sure we validate the path. So I'm going to do revalidate path and dash create. All right. So that is our server action for creating a blog post. Down here, we're going to do a to delete our blog post, and this functionality is going to be used on our user dashboard page. I'm going to do export async function delete posts, and same thing. I'm taking form data and in the return. Only thing we're gonna grab is we're gonna grab one form input. So we're gonna do const ID, and that's going to equal form data dot get, and we're grabbing a post ID, and that's going to be as string. All right, and now we can do our Prisma delete method. So we're gonna do await Prisma dot log dot delete, and we're just gonna tell it where, and we're just gonna go by the ID. So ID equals ID. All right, and then we're also going to revalidate this path as well, and this path name is going to be user post with an S. We haven't created this yet, but all right. So that is our server actions for creating a blog and deleting the posts. Perfect. All right, so let me go ahead and close out of everything, clean this up a bit. Got a bunch open, really unorganized. Wow, I got a lot open actually. Hold on. Sheesh. All right, almost done. All right, perfect. All right, so inside of the root, we're gonna create another folder, and this is going to be called types. All right, and go open that up. First one we're gonna make is our user types. Do user types .ts. All right, and in here we're just gonna do an export type user types. And we're gonna have an ID, which is going to be a string. We're gonna have a name, which is going to be a string, or it could be null. I'm gonna have an email, which is going to be a string or null. We want to do an email verified, even though we don't verify the email, but we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do date string and null. So let me just go check the Prisma schema right quick. So we copied over the code from NextAuth itself, and if you check the user, we have the email verified here. We could just remove it, to be honest, but I mean, like I said, I just keep everything. Blog. Wait, do we? Okay. Did we add this? I don't even remember us adding this. Blog. Okay. All right. Cool. I don't even remember us adding that. That's crazy. We're gonna do image of string null that shows you that it takes a lot of days to create this to create these tutorials, because I got 3 children and a wife. Really hard to find time to record, and I work as well, so takes time. These videos take multiple days to do, so I really do appreciate everybody watching. All right, so we got our user types, and now we're going to create our post types. So in our types, create another file, and it's going to be post types.ts. Right, and in here we're going to import user from Prisma client. All right, and we're going to do export interface post types. All right, so ID is going to be string. I might just copy this over because it's a bunch. All right, let's just copy this, paste it in. So we got an ID string, title string, image string, description string, featured boolean, top post boolean. We also got a category string, our author image, because everything's going to be tied into our posts. We're like, whenever we grab our posts, we're going to also be grabbing a user as well. So author image, we got our author name, publish date, created at, and also user is going to be user. All right, perfect. I'm going to close out of that and close out of that. All right, nice. So now we can go over back to our create form, and we can go ahead and finish this out. All right, and now we can actually, I don't know what that is. Let's go ahead and import user types. All right, and we can also import create post from our actions as well. All right, now we can define our type here. So we're going to do user, it's going to be user types up. All right, and we got our image path. All right, so down here, let's go ahead and finish writing some JSX. So right underneath our single image drop zone, this is going to take some props, but for now, let's just leave it empty. Let me make sure my server's running. All right, and so right underneath this single image drop zone, we're gonna have our form component form. All right, so if you guys remember, our form take in action, it takes in class name. So our action is going to be create post, and our class name is going to be flex call, gap of 5, and a margin top of 5. All right, and it also takes an on submit, and this on submit, we're just going to set file. For now, we could just set it to null or maybe undefined. That let's make sure. Okay. All right, and in here we're gonna have our inputs. So input. All right, so the first one is going to be type hidden. We don't want to see this one, but it's going to hold the value of our image path. So name is going to be image, and our value is going to be image path. Okay, so this is going to hold this image path. So if you check here, our upload image handler, so whenever we upload to EdgeStore, it's going to set our image path to this res.url, which is going to be saved inside of this input. And whenever we click create post, it's going to send that path to our database, and that way we can use that path to fetch all our images. It was kind of tough getting this to work. It took me, I probably spent about 2 days trying to get this to work, but I finally got it to work. All right, and this is what I came up with. So with that input is hidden, and then we're gonna have our other input here. And this name is going to be title. And a type is going to be text. And we also have a placeholder that just says enter title, like that. All right, we got that. And now we're gonna have our text area. We can delete all of this stuff in there. We're just gonna retype some stuff. All right, so this one's gonna have required. The name is going to be description. We're gonna have rows is going to be 10. Our placeholder is going to be right here, ... All right, and let's head over to our input component because we're just going to copy over the class name. It's pretty long, so we'll head over to UI input, and we're going to copy this and head back over to our create form, and then for the class name, I'm going to paste that in there. Let's take a look. Perfect. We got our focus ring. It's orange. Looks nice. All right, so that's our text area. Now we're gonna have a drop down. So we're gonna have a select. So select. The name for this is going to be category. Category, and then the ID is going to be. I don't even think we need the ID. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, let me just make some space here. Let's move this down here and make some more space. So this is going to be required as well. And the class name is going to be the same thing. I'll just paste the long thing in there. And now we need our options in here. So the first option, the value is going to be empty, but it's going to be disabled. We're going to do selected, and it's going to say choose tag, like that. Let's take a quick look. There we go. So that's disabled. We can't choose that one. Now we're going to have our options now. So we're going to have option and the value. First one is going to be adventure. I have adventure. All right, let's take a quick look. Now we can choose adventure there. Let's copy this, and I'm gonna paste it 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's switch it up. The second one's going to be culture. Culture. Third one's going to be journey. Fourth one's going to be discovery. Discovery. All right. And last but not least, last was going to be Wanderlust. Wanderlust. All right, let's take a quick look. And we got our tags there. And now we need our, so if you head over to our actions under app, actions, blog actions. So we're sending over to our database a user email, and this user email is it's basically gonna tie in the blog that's getting created to that user. All right. So under create form, under this select, we're gonna have another hidden input. And this name is going to be email. And a type is going to be hidden. And a value is going to be user.email. Alright. And it could be empty as well. So let's do that. Let's put a question mark there. All right, so that's gonna tie in our user to the blog that's getting created. And now we're gonna have our button component. And the type for this is going to be submit. And the text is going to be create. And we have an aria as well. It's going to say create blog. All right. Perfect. Nice. All right. I think we can actually test this out now and see if this works. I'm actually scared. I'm not going to lie. So, let's get an image here. Desktop, do a wallpaper, and I'm going to do the star fill wallpaper. All right, head back over to EdgeStore. So let's open everything back up. Let's open EdgeStore, and I'm gonna open up MongoDB Atlas as well. All right, so as you can see, it's not showing a preview. So I believe that was one thing that we needed. Oh, okay, we forgot to send over the props. All right, so we need an on change, and it's gonna take in file, and it's gonna return. Let me go back. All right, so it's on change going to be file, and then it's gonna return set file to file. All right, and the value is going to be file, like that. All right, so now let's try this out. Select, and I want to choose this image. All right, nice. We can actually change the width to 200 and then the height to 200. I'll probably make it look a little bit weird. We're gonna fix that. All right, so we got our image there. Now let's type in our title, and it's gonna say test. Right here, it's going to be test, adventure, and let's go ahead and create. Okay. Now let's see if this showed up in our database. Sign back in. Google. First, let's see if it showed up here as well while that's loading. Go to dashboard. Yep, it should have, because I had 39 files, so this should be it. Yep, 12/4, 2:59 a.m. You guys see how late it is? This is this is the time I get to record, at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm really out here grinding. All right, so browse collections, and I see it. Blog. There we go. Nice. We got our image, URL, and the good thing is if we go to this URL, it'll take us to that image. So that's how we're going to fetch our images on our website. And we got our title, description, user email, so it's going to be tied into the user. Perfect. And we got an ID as well. And we also got the time it was created. All right, so everything is working the way we want to. So head over to this single image drop zone. We're going to change a few things in here. I'm going to open it up on my other monitor. Components. All right, so in here we're just going to change up a few things, few styling. I gotta remember where they are because it's a pretty long file. I know one is up here. So for image, we're going to do a min width, or min height 0. We're going to do a min width of full. All right, and then scrolling down. Let's see if we can find it. I believe it's here. Maybe. Hold on. Let me just do a Control F. All right. So it is under the button. Where is that at? Where is that button at? Right here. Button. Nice. Alright, so we're going to change this color of these buttons. So we want the border to be gray 100. We want the text to be text T. And we want the shadow hover BG gray. The hover text is going to be white. Oh, we don't even need the dark. We don't have dark mode, so let's just take that out. And let's take a quick look at this. All right. So hover BG is going to be primary, like that. All right, nice. That's what we want. Perfect. All right, and we want this to be width full. We gotta find out how we're gonna fix this. Base. Let's see. I can see where I did it here. All right. I think I did it up here in the base here. Oh, yep. Here we go. 200 pixels. So we're just gonna do full like that. Nice. And let's see if our image gonna be what we want it to be. Let's do this. Perfect. All right, nice. And we can close it. All right, nice. I think our form is complete. For now, I mean, I don't think we missed anything. There is one thing we have to do inside of our page. So head back over to create page. And well, I thought we would have an error here, but I guess we don't. All right, perfect. All right, so now I say we go ahead and do our user post page so we can check all of our posts. So let's go ahead and do that right now. All right, so under app, we're going to create another folder, and it's going to be called user posts with an S. Then we have our page, page.tsx. All right, I'm going to save that. Go over to my post. Oh, we forgot to export it. This happens every time. All right, just gonna save that. And now let's see. All right, so we got our page now. All right, so let's go ahead and do this page. We're gonna do, this page isn't too much. It's about 40 lines of code. We're gonna do import Prisma. And that's going to be from @/lib /prisma.db. Then we're also going to import get current user as well. We're going to import our blog card. So a bunch of this stuff is actually going to change, and I was trying my best to see which way I should approach doing this. One thing that I'm not going to do anymore is split up the videos like this. I'm going to try to just build everything in one run, because doing it this way is kind of confusing on my end as well, because I got to figure out, you know, what changes were made for the next video. So this will be the last time I split up videos because it's really confusing like this. So I say after we do this page, what I'm going to do is we're going to go down each component and just make the changes necessary so everything can work properly. So let's go ahead and finish up this page. So we're going to import delete posts, which we didn't make yet, so I'm actually going to just leave it empty for now. I'm not going to put anything. All right, so we want this to be a async function, because now we're going to use that get current user action. And do const user That's going to equal await get current user. All right. And now we can also grab our post as well. So I'm going to do const post await Prisma dot blog dot find many. All right, and we gotta tell it where. So we want it where is going to be our user email, and that's going to be our user dot email like that. And we gotta make sure we put a question mark. Spell email wrong. All right, so we are getting an error here, and to fix that, we just gotta do 2 question marks undefined like that. All right, and we can also do an order by. So you can order by created at, and we're gonna do DEC. All right, and then we're gonna do another comma, and now we're gonna also include our user. So we're gonna do user equals true. So now we should have access to our posts. So now down here, for some JSX, we're going to div class name with full, and this div, we have another div, and it's going to have a class name of max width of 90%, and then mx auto. We're gonna have another div. Just gonna have width, a class name of width full, a text center, and a margin bottom of 10. All right, and now let's hopefully we have access to everything, because inside of this h1 we're gonna have hello user dot. So that's a good indication that we have access to it. Once you click a dot and the autocomplete show up. So we're gonna do user dot name, and let's see if that pops up. Let's see if our name pops up there. Nice, perfect. All right, and let's style this h1 up a bit. I'm gonna do a class name of text 3XL, a font of extra bold, and then a text T. All right, and then after this h1 we're gonna have a span with a class name of just text LG, and in this span we're just gonna do you have published, and do post dot length post. So we should have one post because we just published one. All right, and so we got our span, we got our div. So underneath this div here, we're gonna have another div, and we're going to use grid this time. Grid on medium screens and up, we're gonna have grid col 2. Smaller screens, we're gonna have a grid col 1. We're gonna have a justify center, item center, and then also a gap of 10. And then inside of this div, we're going to map through our posts. We're going to do post dot map, and we're going to return JSX. So make sure you put parentheses and not brackets like that. And we're going to return a div, and this div is just going to have a class name of relative. All right, and here we're going to have our blog card. We also have to send our post to the blog card post, and you could just yeah, you could just do it like that. We are going to error. You could just do as any, because we're going to define the post inside of blog card anyway. All right, post. Oh, we forgot to put post here, so make sure to do post like that. And then for the key for this div, we're gonna have a key, and we could just do post.id. Right. So now let's see this works. It's gonna probably look weird. So as you can see, our block heart is looking for post.imagePath because we're not going to be using that data anymore. So that's why I say the site's going to break up a bit. So let's head over to block heart, which is under our shared, and we're going to switch up some things in here so we can get everything working. Let me go ahead and open it up on my other monitor. Block heart. All right. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to import post types. Post types. That's coming from our types. And so we don't have to do any here like that. So block heart. I'm going to do react.fc. Right, and then we're going to do brackets post. That's going to be for post types like that. Make sure we close the bracket like that. It's going to save that. All right, so it's looking for post.imagePath. So to fix that, we just got to do img because that's what it is in our database. Now let's see what else is missing. So tags. So we're not using tags anymore. We're using post.category. Right, and we're getting a text there. And that's because, like I said, whenever we did our UI components in our text, we're looking for a string. So let's just remove that, and that should fix that error if I'm not mistaken. All right, last but not least, it's looking up this query. We're actually going to change this because we're going to be fetching. We're going to use the API to do dynamic routes. Sorry, I couldn't even talk there for a second. So let's actually get rid of all of this, and we're gonna do backticks /blog $$ brackets. It's just going to be post.id. Going to save that, and hopefully everything works now. Let's see. Okay, so we're still getting. Or maybe did we name it image? Let's go check our schema. Okay, so yeah, we named it img. All right, let's head back over to our block heart. Cannot read post. Let's see. Page. Oh, okay. That's why. We forgot to take out the S. So now everything should work. And we should see one post. All right, so we're getting the invalid source prop because we're trying to get images from EdgeStore. So to fix that, we're just going to copy this files.edgestore.dev. We're going to head over to our next config. And we're going to do comma, paste that in there. Make sure you put it in quotes. Once we save, we have to restart our server. All right, so once you start your server back up, you should see our post here. And now we want the ability to delete this post if we want to. So let's go ahead under our shared. We're going to create another component, and this is going to be called delete post.tsx. All right. And then this is going to be a use client because we'll be using use state. I'm going to import use state from React. We're also going to import delete post from our server actions. And then we're also going to import button from our UI. And last but not least, post types. Post types. All right. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to be lazy. Just do the little snippet. Delete that. All right. So let's so we got our delete posts. Let's go ahead and fix this TypeScript error before it even happens. So we're going to do react.fc. 3 brackets, and then post. It's going to be post types. Right, and make sure you close it like that. And now we're gonna take in our post. All right, we don't have this yet because under, let's see, under user posts, we actually have to import that in here now. So delete post. All right, and let's go ahead and send it over to props. So post equals post. All right, and we could do as any here. Get rid of that TypeScript error. All right, cool. So delete posts. And now let's go ahead and set some state, because we're gonna have a modal pop up whenever we click on the delete button. So we're gonna do a const show modal, set show modal, and by default, you guessed it, it's going to be false. I don't know what that was. All right, so false. And now let's go ahead and do some functions. So we got const, we're going to have a handle delete function. And this one's just going to set show modal to true. All right. And I'm actually just going to copy this because there's going to be 2 more. So we got a handle delete. We're going to have a confirm delete. And that's going to set show modal to false once we confirm it. And then also our cancel delete. I mean, if it's the same thing, we can probably just yeah, we don't need to. We can probably just name this to just close modal, something like that. I don't think we need 2 of the same things. All right, so let's go and write some JSX. We have a div, and then we're gonna render out our button component. And if you guys remember, that takes in the aria, so say delete post, and then also takes on click, which is going to be our handle delete, and then the text is going to be delete. And then this is also going to be action, so it's going to have the action styling that we made, which is like BG red and stuff like that. There we go. As you can see, it's right there. Underneath here, we're gonna have render our modal dynamic. So if show modal is true, that's when we want to fire this second half of this. So I have a fragment, I have a div, and this, let me just make some space here. I have a class name of fixed, an inset of 0. We're gonna have flex, item center, justify center, and a Z of 50. Right? And it's also gonna have an on click of going to set show modal to false. All right, let's click on this. All right, okay, so this right here is basically okay, never mind, I thought it was something else for a second. All right, in here, this next one is going to be our overlay. It's gonna have a class name, and we do have an overlay component, but we're not going to use that in this one because this one's pretty simple. We're just going to do it with screen, right screen, and then we're gonna have a BG black /40, and then position absolute. All right, so let's click this button. As you can see, once we click, it closes. Click close, perfect. All right, then we have our div, and this is gonna be our actual modal here. It's gonna have a class name of BG white, pattern of 6, rounded, a shadow LG, and a Z of 40. All right. And here we have a P tag, and it's gonna say, are you sure you want to delete this post? Save that. It's right there. I wonder why it's right there though. It's weird. Let's see. Height screen with screen fixed. Inset of 0. Flex items. That's weird. Alright. Let's just finish it out and we'll figure it out. So we have a div on this. So we have a class name of flex, a gap of 3, and a margin top of 5. And then we're gonna have our form, because we're gonna have our server action. This whole thing with these server actions, you gotta like put forms everywhere. Not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of, I mean, it's pretty cool, but I don't think I'm gonna be using server actions in all of my projects. So we're going to delete post, and same thing as we did in the create form, we're gonna need a hidden input to hold our post ID, so that way we can know which posts we're deleting. So I have an input, and it's coming from our UI. I forgot to import it, and the type is going to be hidden, and the name is going to be post ID, and the value is going to be post.id. Right, and our form, we're also going to have a on submit, and that's just going to run our confirm, actually our close modal function. All right, so after this we're gonna have a button. From our button component, we're just gonna have an aria delete post, type is going to be submit, and then the text is going to say yes. Take a look, refresh. Okay, I still don't know why it's up there. We're gonna fix that. Alright, so button. Alright, so that's our form, but now we want a button outside of our form. It's gonna be our no button. So the aria is going to say cancel, delete post, and then on click is going to be close modal, and then the text is going to say no. All right, so that's that, and let's figure out why our thing is up here like this. All right, and it looks like we let's see. Okay, it looks like I got too many divs. That's what it is. Okay, yep, it makes sense now. I see what it is. Let's go ahead and delete one of these closing divs. So you should have 3 closing divs here at the bottom. I made a mistake and put the overlay. The overlay is the self. We can actually just make it a self-closing div, to be honest, like that. Gonna save that, and now we got that. And we gotta figure out why this is happening. So we got flex. Oh, that's why. Now, we have that. Perfect. Alright, so we do have one problem here. Once we click on this and we click anywhere on our modal, it closes. We don't want that. There's a little trick. Right underneath our self-closing div for our overlay, which is this one, we're gonna add an on click on this BG white padding 6 div here. And do an on click, take an event, and it's going to return e.stop propagation like that. Now once we open the modal and we click anywhere inside of this div, it doesn't close. But if we click outside of it, it closes. So we click yes, we click no, it closes. I don't want to click yes yet because we got to figure out why this is over here. And I actually think it is something to do with our button. So let's head over to our button. And yep, it is. We spelled right wrong. I'm pretty sure you guys spelled yours right. You get it? Right? Spelled yours right here. Alright, so nice. It's right there. I had to say it right like 10 times already. Alright. So let's click on delete and click yes. Perfect. It is gone. Let's go check our database and make sure we got no blogs here. Blog 0. Perfect. Alright, and that's what we want. Alright, so moving down, I just want to make sure we get all the components updated. Alright, so we got our create form, we got our delete. We're not changing anything in our footer. Our hero is actually going to change. So let's go ahead and fix up this hero because we don't want to. Let me open the home page. We don't want to use this blog data anymore. We want to fetch everything from our database. So let's go ahead. I'm going to open it up. Components, shared, and hero. All right, perfect. Okay. So before we do this, actually, we got to send over our post props here, but I mean, since we're here, I guess we can just fix up the page. So we want to remove this blog data. We're not going to be using this anymore. So things might error out. We still tag image. We're going to need image from Next.js. And we're also going to import post types. All right. Refresh, remove that. So we're going to take in our post. All right. Just do post like that. And instead of filtering through our blog data, we're just going to filter through our post. All right. And you can keep that blog if you want, but I guess we'll just change it post and then post. Let's put an S on this, post, and then put an S on this. We got post, perfect. We keep all our slice the same. Post.index, we got our article. Keep all of that the same for now. So we're not doing post.tags anymore. I'm gonna do category. And where's our image at? Our image. So we're not using this href like this anymore. Remember, we're gonna be fetching it from our database. So we're gonna do backticks / blog / $signs, brackets, and then post.id. Okay. We're not using image path no more. We're doing post.image. Overlay, everything can stay the same there. Here, I'm just going to copy. Where are we? Where's our link? Copy this href. And here, and put it here. All right. So same thing, we're not using image path, we're using img. Post.title can stay the same. We're using categories now, so post.category. And you can keep the publish date. For now, we can keep it like this, but we're going to actually be using post.created date here. Or we could just put post.user.name. All right. All right, so yeah, we are getting some errors here. So let's head over to our page now. So that way we can send over the props. I'm going to open it up here. App. All right. So we got a hero, top post. We're going to import Prisma. Coming from our lib. Prisma DB. All right, so we got to make this a async because we're going to be using async await. All right, and let's do a const post with an S. That's going to equal await Prisma blog find many. All right, so we want to also include the user. Include our user, which is true. All right. So now we can go ahead and send this over the props that we need. So post equal post like that. And we're going to copy that. Paste it here because we're going to send it over to our latest post. I'm also going to paste it there because we're going to send it over to both of those as well. All right, so inside of our hero, now we're getting some errors here. It's because we got to define. We're getting. Okay, it took away the. It's scale. I'm like, hold on, wait, what just happened? It took away the hero section. All right. So let's go ahead and do our little TypeScript stuff. We're gonna do React.fc. Do brackets, and we're gonna do post with an S. And that's going to equal post types. So you will get an error here because we're filtering out through the post, so it's an array. So make sure you put an array there. All right, as you can see, we're going to get an error here. We can just do as any there. I can actually do that for these two as well because we're going to get them here once we define them. All right, the hero. Okay. Let's see. All right, so now what we can do is I'm just going to do one on camera, and then one while I'm recording. Then we're going to do, I'm just going to you guys can pause the video and then just do them. So we want to render our home page to get it looking the way that it was just looking. So what we're going to do now is actually create all of those posts right quick. So let's head over to create posts. All right. And then under, where is it? Constants, blog data. We're actually going to just basically just copy this inside of our create post. So for the title, I'm just going to copy this and paste it for the title. You can just copy this lorem if you want. Copy that. Paste it in here. I might paste it a few times. All right, and then a tag. I'm just going to choose what tag that I put here. Adventure. It don't got it. It doesn't matter. And then for the image, I'm actually going to open up Go to desktop, YouTube tutorial projects, Explore X, assets, and it should be post 1 right there. I'll drag that in there, and then I'm going to click on create. Okay, so once it creates, as you can see, everything. Let's head over to my post, and it's right there. So to get it featured, you just go in your database. Let's refresh. And we got our blog there. Let me scroll down some. Make sure you guys can see this. Why is it like this? Hold on. I can't make this bigger. Let's see. I don't think I can. Zoom out. So as you can see, it says featured and top posts. It's really self-explanatory. You just click on it. So right now it's false. We're gonna change it to true and then click update. So now that's our updated one. And if we go back to home, we got our post there. Nice. For our image, as you can see, our image is empty there. Let's head back over to our hero. And right here, I believe, is where we got this little placement. This little placeholder image I made. We're actually gonna switch this up. So we're gonna do brackets. We're gonna do post.user.image. We're gonna do and. All right, and that's where we're gonna render out the Next.js image tag. And the source is going to be post.user.image. Height is going to be 50. The width is going to be 50. The alt, I don't know why that didn't autocomplete. Alt, it's going to be brackets, backticks, new image of $ brackets, post.user.name, and then the class name is going to be rounded full, and we also have a drop shadow of LG. Take a look, and let's see if that updates to the letter A. All right, it does. Nice. That doesn't even look right there, I'm not gonna lie. But I probably should have made it another user with the image, but for now, we're good. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna have, so we got our post, the author name, but we want our post.user.name there. Okay, and then for publish date, I just want to see if this works. And post.created@. Let's see if that works. So we are going to get an error here because we didn't do our format date yet. So for now, we could just do we could just comment this out. That way I can know to come back to that. All right, perfect. So we got our first one here. Once we click on it, it's going to take us to the dynamic route, but we don't have it set up yet. As you can see, it's not styled yet. We're going to fix that. All right, so what I want to do now is create the 3 bottom posts. So same thing, we're going to head over to blog data, and you're just going to go to the second one and copy the title, copy some lorem. It's going to be post 2 image, and then you're going to do post 3 and then post 4 as well, and then come back. All right, so once you create the next 3 posts, I'm going to head over to your database, and I'm going to refresh. And you just want to, like I said, you just want to change each one to featured to be true. Let me just make sure they're all here. So let's go ahead and change this to true. Update. And then the next one, feature is going to be true. Update. This one is going to be true. And then update. Alright, so let's go take a look. Home. And perfect. We got our home page looking kind of like what we had. We need to fix like the time and the date and stuff like that. But for now, we're gonna leave it like this. Perfect. Alright, so we still gotta do our latest posts and our top posts. So let's go ahead and do that now. So under latest post, let's see, we'll open it up here, component, shared, latest posts. All right, so here we're going to import, we can get rid of blog data. All right, and you're probably wondering, like, we didn't put any inside of our Prisma schema, we didn't put latest posts. So we're actually going to use the sort method. This is actually my first time using the sort method, and I mean, I learned about it, but I never actually use it in any of my projects. And we're going to sort it by the date, and whenever we a new blog is created by any user, it'll just get updated into latest posts. And it's a really good component here. I'm not gonna lie. Good import button. We got our blog card. We got to use state. We're also going to import post types. All right. Let's go ahead and fix these TypeScript errors before they happen. React.fc. And then we're going to do post with an S and equal post types. And it's going to be an array. It's going to accept our props. It's going to be post with an S. Alright, so instead of blog data, we can actually get rid of this because we're not going to do, like I said, we're doing a sort method now. So we're going to do const latest post. That's going to equal to post sort, make some space, A, comma, B. Then that's going to return new date B dot created at, and we got to make sure we put get time here like that, and then that's going to be minus. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, paste it down here, and just change this to A like that. All right, so we're gonna keep visible blogs, set visible blogs. We can keep our show more blogs there. Everything stays the same, to be honest. The only thing we change up is did I spell latest post right? Latest post. Oh, this doesn't have a, okay. Make sure we switch that, and then here latest post like that. And I think once we save, everything should still be the same. Let's make sure. All right, so it's, yep, perfect. It's showing our latest post. It's not showing our image though. I wonder, okay, there it goes. It just took some time to load. All right, nice. So it's showing the latest post that was created. Nice. All right, so that's latest post, and now it's going to do top post. So this is going to take some kind of the same thing what we did for our, sorry about that. It's going to be the same thing that we did for our hero section here. So let's head over to top post. All right, and let's see if this is gonna work. So we got image, so we can get rid of blog data. We got image, we got link, we got tag, we got our overlay. We're also going to import post types in this as well. All right, we're going to do the TypeScript error, React.fc. Post equals post types. All right, that's going to be an array as well. It's going to accept our props. It's going to be post. That. All right, and so this is going to be post with an S. You change blog to post. All right, so this is kind of the same thing. Let's go ahead and change this as well, this href, because we want it to be backticks. Where are we at? Oh, blog /$ post.id. All right, so we don't want image path, just want post.img. And we don't want tags, we want post.category. Keep post.title. We can keep post.publish date. Let's see if it still works. You'll probably get an error for this. All right, so he disappeared because we don't have any posts as top posts. So same thing, head over to your blog data. And I believe starting at 5 is where we're gonna do our top post. So I'm just gonna do it again, right quick, and do one, and then we're gonna do the rest of them off camera. So we head back over to create post. And for the image, I believe this one is going to be 7, or maybe 5. And I'm going to copy this title. And we could copy over the alarm as well. Paste it a few times. And then you could choose any tag you want. I'm just going to choose culture, click on create, and then head over to your database. Bring this down some. And as you can see, top post is false. We're going to just change that to true, and then click on update. And now let's go ahead and home page. So our latest post should show the newest one, which is this one, and also our top post here as well. And we're gonna go back and fix that. We gotta put by our username as well. So yeah, let's go ahead. Just do maybe. So we did that one, which is 5. Let's do 6. Let's do 7. Let's do 8. And wait, let's just do a few. Just do like up to like 8 or something, and then yeah, come back. All right, so I got a little bit lazy, and I just copied over the database on a finished project, and you can see it says urban attires there, and everything's still the same. It's just got a little bit more post. But hopefully you guys add it. So I believe this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 top posts. You guys can add more if you want. So yeah, it's looking good. Let's head over back to our top post component, and we want this to say, let's see if this works first. Let's create a component. A folder inside of our root. It's going to be called utils, and we're going to do a format date util file. So we're going to do format date.ts, and I got this off of Stack Overflow. I'm going to paste it in there. You guys can pause the video if you want and just copy this over. It's just a date format that we're going to try to use. Hopefully this works. Just scroll down some so you guys can see. I'm gonna might zoom out right quick so you guys can see everything. Just pause the video and just type this up, or you guys can just head over to the GitHub and just copy over this file. I think that would be the easiest thing to do. So we got our format date util. So under under top post, so post dot we want post.user.name here. I'm gonna save that and make sure that works. All right, nice. But we need this public date, and we want to try this. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna do format date from our utils, and then in here it's gonna take post dot created at. Let's see if that works. Okay, nice, it works. But we don't want the time. All right, so quick update on the format date. We're actually gonna just do it like this, so it's actually shorter. Hopefully you guys ain't type all of that. I'm pretty sure you guys did. I do apologize. But yeah, we're just gonna do it like this. Now with that, at the time, we shouldn't have the time. All right, perfect. So we got our date there. That's exactly what we want. I believe we also wanted a date here as well. So let's go ahead back to our hero section. And right here where we commented it out, get rid of this, and then we're going to do format date, and that's going to be post that created at, like that. Quick look once it loads. Oh, that was that one up there. Okay, I believe we want it down here too as well, right? Post our username. But yeah, we want it here as well. So here we're gonna do format date, and then we're gonna do post dot created at. All right, perfect. This is looking good. Nice. All right, so now we have to do our actual post page. If you click on it, you see we get an error because we changed up a bunch of stuff. So here under post, maybe we should do our post page first, because I believe we gotta fetch the data in this as well. Let me go ahead and open that up. Post. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have to fetch the data in here as well. So we're gonna do import Prisma. That's going to be from our lib /lib/Prisma DB. And now we got to make this an async function. And same thing, I'm just going to copy this. Same thing we did in the other component. We're going to do a const post, and that's going to equal await Prisma blog find mini, and we're going to include the user. The styling stays the same, but we're just going to send over our post to these components. Post. And you can do as any. Copy that. Then top post should be good. Alright, so now let's head over to the post component. And this one changed a lot because we add a filter in this one. So yeah, this one's a bunch. Bunch of changes in this one. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we got our use client. We can get rid of blog data now because we're not going to need it. We're going to go ahead and import post types. And do react.fc brackets post. It's going to equal post types. It's going to be an array. Let's go ahead and accept our prop. It's going to be post. Right. So we're going to need to set some state. So we got visible blogs, set visible blogs. We're going to keep that the same. But we're going to do a const selected category. and also a set selected category. And that's going to just equal use state. And the default value is going to be all, like that. All right, we're going to keep our show more blogs function, but we're going to add another function, and it's going to be filter post by category function. All right, I'm going to go arrow function. And now we're going to do if our selected category is equal to all. All we want to do is return our post slice 0/visible blogs. All right, and then else we're going to return post filter, some space there, and do post, and then we're going to return our post category is equal to our selected category. All right, but we're not done there. We're going to do a dot slice 0, visible blogs. All right, cool. So now we actually need our category, so we're going to just make an array. So right underneath this function, just make an array of all the categories that you want. I chose those 5 there. Let's see the error we're getting. Let's make sure blog data is not where are we? Okay, that's because we gotta switch this up. We gotta change this to filter post. Yep. All right. We are getting another error. We're gonna get a few errors. We probably got to go down the list here. All right. So now we're gonna have a handle category change. A handle category change, and it's going to take in a category. Make sure I put this. Make sure you put that in parentheses, and it's going to be a string. And here we're going to set our selected category to category, and then our set visible blogs to 5. All right, cool. So moving down the list, we actually want to map through our categories here. So let's go ahead and do that. So right underneath this div, underneath the H2, we're going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, justify center, a space x of 4, and then a flex wrap. All right, and here we're going to do categories at map, take in a category, I feel like I'm spelling this wrong. Category, and then we're going to return some JSX. We're going to return a button. We're actually not going to use our button component in this situation. We want these buttons to look a little bit different, and the key is going to be category. On click is going to return our handle category change and category, like that. All right, and have a class name, and we're using we could use CLSX. Let's go ahead and import that. All right, So right under here, instead of quotes, we're going to do brackets CLSX. All right. So first thing we're going to do, if our selected category is triple equal to category, we want, let's see, hold on. All right, we want the BG to be T, and then 6/60. We want the text to be white. All right, and then else we want the BG to be T, and then the text to be white. It's just so confusing, so many changes. All right, and all right, so that's that. And then we also gonna have a comma, and then the default styling is just gonna have a px of 4, a py of 4, I mean a py of 2, rounded, a hover, bg of t/50, and then a margin bottom of 10. Alright, we gotta figure out this error because I want to see these changes. We gotta see what's up with this right quick. Alright, so we got filter post by category. Okay, I see why, because this is a function like that. So let's see if this works now. See if we can see it. Alright, so we're getting another one because blog data. So this here has to be post with an S. Or we could probably do filter by. Alright, so we got all our posts there, which is good. We got our quotes there. I wonder why we can't see. Oh, okay, that's why. Because inside of this button, we need to render it out. So we're gonna do brackets category is triple equal to all. And we're just gonna do all category like that. Let's see if it works now. Perfect. All right, so let's see if this filter actually works. So if we click on culture, we got all the ones that say culture. If we click on Wanderlust, we got all the ones that say Wanderlust. Click on Adventure, we got all the ones that say Adventure. Perfect. So this is working the way that we want it to work. Nice. All right. All right, and I believe that is it for this page. Now we need to do our dynamic routes. This should be pretty easy. So we're going to head over to, we got to make an API route first. So inside of API, not inside of the auth, we're going to create a route. So make sure you click on API, and we're going to create a folder in here. Kind of confusing when it's like that. All right, and this is going to be brackets post like that, and then we're gonna have another folder in here, and this is going to be brackets ID like that, and then inside here is going to be our route route.ts. All right, so first thing we're going to do is go ahead and import Prisma. It's going to be from @/lib/. /Prisma. And then we're also going to import next response as well. All right. So first thing, it's going to do some TypeScript stuff. interface params equal to ID. ID is going to be string, like that. All right. Then we're going to do an export cons get. That's going to be async. And then we're going to do a request, which is going to be our next next response. And do a comma. Oh, I meant next request, not next response, sorry. Next request. And then we also going to take in our params, which are going to be params and then more params. All right. And that's going to return some stuff. So we're going to do a const ID, and that's going to equal params. All right. And we're getting an error here for some reason. Maybe. Oh, I forgot the S here. That's why. All right. All right, so we're gonna do a try catch. So we're gonna try const post. It's gonna equal await Prisma blog find unique, and we gotta tell it where, which is going to be ID. Make sure you put a comma here. And then it's going to include our user. True. Perfect. And after this, we're just going to return new next response JSON.stringify new post, comma, null, comma, 2. And do another comma, and then we're gonna do a status 200. Status 200. All right. Forgot the W here. All right, perfect. And we can also console log the error. I'm actually just gonna copy over this this catch block, right? Because it's not that much. So right after this bracket, we have a catch right here. Make sure we close it like that. All right, perfect. So that is our API route. All right, so let's head over to one of our post page. I'm gonna go under post and then click on one, and this is the page we're gonna be fixing up now. So first thing we're gonna do, we're actually gonna get rid of this interface prop for search params, and we're just gonna name this params. All right, and we're gonna do a few more imports. We're gonna import post types. All right. And now we need to do our get data function, and it's gonna be outside of this our page component. So right on top of it, we're gonna do a const get data. It's gonna be async. I'm gonna take an ID, which is gonna be a string, and we're gonna return a response. We're gonna do const res, and that's going to equal await fetch, and we're gonna fetch our URL, our API. So it's going to be /API /post $, brackets, and then ID. All right. And I believe we could also put localhost HTTP localhost 3000 here. So like that. Let's just do it like that. All right. And now after this, we're gonna do a cache, and we're gonna do no store, no dash store. All right, and after that one, we're gonna do some error handling. So we're gonna do if our res.ok, if it was not okay, we're gonna throw a new error, and it's just gonna say failed. All right, and now last but not least, we just want to return the response. So we're gonna do res.json. All right, perfect. All right, so down here, let's go ahead and define a type for our params first. So we're gonna do brackets params is equal to our post types. Post types. Wait, why didn't that work? Oh. Okay, hold on, params. I don't know why it's not auto completing. Post types. Okay, let's see what the issue here is. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna, oh my god, are you kidding me? Look, I got search params here. Let's take that one off, and we're gonna remove this one. That. Let's see. Alright, let's fix this up. This is really bothering me. Alright, so in here we're gonna have params. Alright, and then we're gonna define our params types. So we're gonna do params, and that's going to equal post types. There we go. Sheesh. Alright, and now we're gonna remove this one. I'm gonna do a const ID, and that's going to equal params. And last but not least, we also got to make this an async function, because we're gonna get our data from that function we just made at the top. We're gonna do async, and now we're gonna do a const data, and that's going to equal await get data and ID. Perfect. So hopefully this works. Now we just have to change up some of this stuff and see if this works. So for the source is actually going to be data.img. For the tag, I mean, what we can do is just so we won't get confused here, we can actually just change this to post like that. So that way we could just go ahead and just change up some of this stuff. So post.img, I'm gonna have post.category. Save that. So we got post.description. So post.dc, or did we do description? Save that. Let's see what else is happening. Okay, so we're getting an error at the top here. So let's see what's going on up here. So we got our const data, async, ID string, and we're doing const res, await fetch. Maybe add a comma there. I'll catch no store. Yeah, this looks correct. I don't know why it isn't working. Oh, there it goes. It's loaded now. Let's give it a second. Perfect. So we got our image there, which is nice. We got our title, we got our tag. We don't see our paragraph. Let's go ahead and fix that. And I believe it's because we did post dot dec like that. Let's see if that shows it up now. There it goes. All right, and now we need our author image, so we're gonna do post dot user dot image. Save that. We got our image there, so that was made by another user. And now we need our author name. We're gonna do post dot user dot name, and then we need our format date here. So let's go ahead and just get rid of this, and don't do format date function, and it's going to take in our post dot created at. All right. Oh, okay, we gotta, oh, I forgot the D. Nice, perfect. All right, so we're actually almost complete with the entire project. There are a few other miscellaneous things that I want to tackle before we end off this video. But overall, the functionality for this website is completed. We have authentication, so we can go ahead and sign out. All right, and now we have the options to log back in and sign up, and we also got the ability to create a post. It'll create posts, or this shows all of our posts, which we can also filter through each one. And then we can click on create posts. Once we're signed in, we can delete our posts, and we can also view other people's posts and everything. We got latest and top posts. I think everything is good, but there are a few changes that we want to make. So if you head over to user post, as you can see, we're not even signed in, and we can see 11 posts, and it just says hello. So we don't want to see this screen unless we're signed in. So that's an easy fix. We're just going to copy over this whole entire div, and we're going to do brackets, and we're just going to do, if you're we're going to do a ternary operator. So if you're not a user, we just want it to say, have a h1 that says sign in to view your post. All right, and now else, that's when we're going to show this all of that content in there. I'm going to put a closing parenthesis down there. Let's see, oh, we got to put the question mark there. All right, going to save it, and hopefully this disappears because we're not signed in. Perfect. I'm gonna have a class name on this that says height screen. Let's see what that does. Okay, actually what we can do is we can just do a height screen on the outer div, and then do flex, justify center, and then item center. And then for the h1, we can do like a text 3XL, a font extra bold, and that should be good, should be nice and center. Text 3XL. All right, perfect. So sign in to view your post. Perfect. Believe that's it for that. And then once we sign in, we should be able to see our posts. Let's go ahead and sign in, log in, and now head over to my post, and we don't have anything published, so that's why that's empty. So let's actually create one now, right quick, a little test one, make sure everything's still working. Gonna do like a dog and it's gonna be test Wanderlust create. Head over to my post, and perfect, it is there. Takes some time for the image to load. Perfect. And we can go ahead and delete this. Actually, what I want to do first, let me just see something. I want to create another post and make sure everything is lined up correctly. Test, just put anything. All right, and then head over to my post. Okay, perfect, nice. And we could just delete these because we don't want them here. All right, so we got that. And last but not least, we're gonna work on our side menu, because we didn't do anything to this. But we're currently signed in and we can still see these login buttons, so we don't want to see those. So let's go ahead over to our mobile menu and let's fix this up. So one thing we're gonna add is we're gonna import user from Prisma client. And then we also going to import sign out from NextAuth React. All right. And everything's going to stay the same. All of this stuff's going to stay the same. The only difference is down here. Where are we at? So underneath our UL, which is here. So these buttons we just want to render out conditionally. So I'm just going to go ahead and just highlight them, do brackets, and we only want these to show when you're not a user. So we're going to do if you're not a user, and do the and make sure you wrap these up in parentheses. And if we save, they should disappear because we're currently signed in. Oh, we're getting a error here. Wait. Are we okay? I know the issue. So we actually got to send over the props to this to our mobile menu. So down here, we're gonna send it over under user equals user, like that. And then now in our mobile menu, let's go ahead and get these props. User. Now let's see, so it disappears, which is good because we're signed in. And now we're just going to render out our user menu here. All right, and I'm just gonna copy this because it's the same exact thing as the one we have in our nav. So just so if we're signed in, we're just gonna render out a div, no class name on it. And it's gonna have a UL, flex call, gap 5, item center, and our 3 links. So we got our create a post, my post, and we also got sign out. Self-explanatory. All right, so we have to actually fix this up a bit. As you can see, our menu's all the way down there. And I'm thinking that's because we have flex 1 here on our UL. So let's go ahead and remove that. Let's see. All right, perfect. We can also change the padding top and bottom. Maybe make it like 10. All right, I think that looks way better. For the gap, we can also make it a little bit smaller. Well, all right, I think that looks better. And our logo for some reason isn't centered, so let's go ahead and try to center that. Let's head over to our logo, which is, where are you, logo? Right here. So it's this div. I'm just going to probably just do a text center on our outer div, and let's see if that fixes it. Nice. All right, so our mobile menu is done. Let's go ahead and click on my post. See if it takes us there. Oh. All right, as you can see, once we actually got to add some on clicks to these as well. Let's add an on click to our link. On click. What we want to do is we're going to set our open mobile menu to false once we click on it. I'm going to copy this on click and I'm going to paste it on this link down here. All right, so that is complete. And I believe we are done, to be honest. I can't think of anything else. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Let's just do a quick check. So we got our home page, which everything is fetched from our database. Our top posts, our latest posts. Our latest posts, it shows the newest post that's created from any user, which is good. And then if you click on a post, it takes us to the dynamic route for that post. It shows the blog, the title, the tag, the user image, the username, and the date it was created. If we go on the post, we can sort through these posts and then click on one if we want. Get our about and contact page, and then we can also create a post, which works perfectly. And then if we head over to my posts, it shows we got the posts. We can delete our posts here and also click on them and read them ourselves. So to be honest, I think we are done. As you can see, we do have some errors though, so let's fix these errors right quick and then we're gonna be done. User, we just gotta let's do our user props. So undo React.fc and we're gonna do mobile menu props. All right, and keep it like that because we're going to create this interface now. Interface mobile menu props, and then user is user. All right, so that got rid of that error, but we also have an error inside blog. Let's see what error this is. Oh, we forgot to do the params. Params does not have type. Oh, we got to put an S here. That's it. And that should get rid of that. And we are error free. Actually, we're not. So if you head over to the console, it's always something. I just got a feeling I'm gonna miss something. We getting this NextAuth secret. Ignore all of this debug stuff. It was some stuff that I had to do to. It was really hard trying to get this project to work the way I wanted it to work. If you want to get rid of the debug stuff, you can just head over to Next API route, and if you want, you can remove this debug. All right, but keep the secret because we're actually going to fix that here in a second. All you got to do is copy this NextAuth secret, and then head over to .env here, and we're just going to do NextAuth secret. And to be honest, you could just write anything in there, right? And that should get rid of that NextAuth secret error. As you can see, it's looking clearer now. And we're getting an error for a key prop. So there must be somewhere where we mapped through something and we forgot to put the key. Let's see. So we got the key there under our post. We got key there. Under our navbar. Wait, does it show where? Let's see. Each post. At article. So articles. So I'm guessing it's probably in blog heart, maybe. Remapping through here. No. What about latest post? We got our key there. Here, okay, here we go. Right here, we don't got a key in our hero section. So let's remove the index, and for our article, we can just do key. It'll just be our post.id. We're gonna copy that, and I believe we got to do it up here as well. Oh, we got the key index here, but we're gonna do post.id for our key. All right, so last thing we're actually going to do is make sure we fix these as any. It's really bad to use any in TypeScript, and I just put this here just to get rid of the errors at that point. But I'm glad that I remembered to come back and fix these before I uploaded this video. So as you can see, it says as any. We're going to just remove these, and it should error back out. So remove all of these. And I believe we also did it on our post page as well. So we already removed them on here. All right, so make sure you remove the as any. And to fix these, what we're going to do is actually switch up our post types, because I used these same post type for another project and I ended up copying the wrong one. So we're looking for ID, we're looking for after that we're also looking for created at. So created at, and that's going to be a string or a date, like that. We're getting a title, we're getting the image, which also can be null. Actually, let's see what happens if we don't put null. So description, featured, it's going to be a boolean. Top post is going to be a boolean. Category, so we're not looking for author image or author name, we don't need that. Publish date, we don't need that either, and we already had created that, but we can just remove that one. All right, so let's go ahead and save that, and let's see if the errors went away. Okay, so they didn't go away yet. Now let's see what the issue is. Created at. Oh, okay. So head back over there. I must have made a typo. Created at, like that. Let's save that now. And now let's see what the issue is. Okay, so the image, so I think we do have to put null there. So in the post types, that's just for the image, we're gonna put string or null, like that. And now let's see if they went away. So good, they went away once we did that. But if you click on a component, it's gonna show that we have some errors now. And that's because now that we defined the type as string or null, we actually got to type our image out differently. So, and also our created date now is a string, so we got to make it a string. All right, so for the formatted date, now we have to do .toString, like that, and that should get rid of that error. And then for the image now, we have to, for all the ones that we do post.image, it's only going to be a sub of them. We're going to go through them. Now we have to do it like this. I'm going to copy this from over here and paste that in there. So we got to do post.image and then that's when we're going to render our image. So only if post image is true, then we can render it out. All right, let's head over to post. We don't have any errors in here. Navbar, we don't have any errors in here. Mobile menu, no errors. Latest post, no errors. Hero, we got errors here. And same thing, we just have to render out post.image. So I'm gonna paste that. Let me go back. This was a little bit different, so I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna do post.image, and then and I'm gonna close it like this for that image. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, and then same for the date here. We're gonna do .toString. And let's see, we got two more errors. See where they're at. It's probably the date. Oh, another image down here. So same thing. Do post.image, render out the image, and we also got to do .toString here as well. All right. So that fixes those errors. We don't have any errors inside of our footer. Delete post, no errors. And create user. Blog card, we might have one. Yep. And that is for the image here as well. So I'm gonna copy it, do brackets, and do post.image, and make sure you put parentheses. All right. And now I believe we are done. We don't have no more errors for posts, and we don't got to put that as any. So yeah, that's really it. Thank you guys for watching. Let's make sure the site is actually good again. All right, the site is looking good. Everything works perfect. So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Peace.